Hi, hello, welcome everyone to our wizard game of Spelljammers. This is what professionals do. I'm Stephanie Allen of Charm Person Games. I am going to be your game master for today. And let's hear from our cast. So let's go around and introduce ourselves. Let's start with you, Anna.
Hi, I'm Anna, aka Archival Desk Bunny most places on the internet. I'm a Korean trans advocate, museum worker, and TTRPG streamer and podcaster. I'm also associate producer for Response Team Omnicron, a Lancer Actual Play podcast, and a producer for Emergent Code, an Animon Story podcast. Today I will be playing Lily, the illusionist. Both of us use she, her pronouns.
Excellent. All right, Liz, let's hear from you.
Hey, I'm Liz. Fuzzy Slippers 05, wherever you want to find me. I am actually over here on Greater Restoration Tuesday nights, and then hopefully, fingers crossed, soon back over at Roland D's 20s for our Hunter the Reckoning game starting soonish is the goal. I will be playing Penelope Graymore, the Elementalist Wizard.
And John.
Hello, I am John and/or Ryamasi, yada yada Twitter, yada yada, etc. It's somewhere. I am a TTRPG designer, performer, and soon to be graduated mental health professional using therapeutic tabletop role playing games as my sort of main modality through the drama therapy lens. And today I am playing. Gotta do this for a bit. Hold on. Here we go. Ozzy Timmermans, scholarship Ricket player.
Excellent. And Simon.
Hello, I'm Simon at Wondering DM, Wondering_DM on Twitter. I'm a game designer, narrative designer, and a streamer, and use he, him pronouns. And today I am playing Hesso. Yeah, you'll see.
Anticipation. All right. And Word Fangirl.
Hello. I'm Word Fangirl. My pronouns are she, they. I am a bi variety charity streamer here on Twitch. Everywhere at Word Fangirl, pretty much anywhere that I am. Today I am playing Hollis, whose pronouns are they, them, and Hollis's giant snail, Clyde, whose pronouns are he, him.
Excellent. And like I said, my name is Stephanie. I will be playing a variety of characters with a variety of pronouns, but my personal pronouns are she, her. Like I said, we are playing Spelljammers with a Z by Devin Nelson. It is a game about strange worlds and weird wizard students. So we're here for lots of wizard shenanigans and general nonsense. All of our players are students in this wizard school. It is the Magic College of Cacophony and Kinship in Chiralia, which is a strange city on a strange desert moon full of ghostly echoes of other worlds. So it is towards the end of the semester for you guys, and you have been summoned up to see all of the staff together. Well, not all of the staff, but all of the ones that you guys have classes in common with. This is the group project that you've been assigned for now, which is worth 66% of your grade. You will be evaluated on a variety of topics, including, how well did you actually complete the project? How well did you work together? Because the idea is that you're supposed to be, learning about magic and also the power of friendship. And you know from experience that professors, if you can convince them to give you points for something, they probably will. And they do reward lateral thinking. So clever problem solving is important here. But the group of you, the 5 of you, are waiting in the outer office for Dean Tetrahead Ron, aka Ron. So let's go through here. Let's see who arrives first. Describe your character a little bit, what they look like, what their attitude is. We'll say it's pretty early. It's like earlier than you want to be awake on a Saturday morning.
I'm going to probably argue Hollis is there too early.
Excellent.
Just probably 15 to 20 minutes earlier than they're supposed to be there. Exhausted looking, but excited to learn more. So if you see Hollis coming down this hall, Hollis in a green shirt, nice white scarf, has this massive snail just chilling on their shoulder. Hollis has black hair and some nice big brown horns chilling. And just kind of looking around, waiting to see, why is no one else already here?
All right. right, and who's going to arrive next at a probably more reasonable time?
Penelope probably shows up like 8 minutes early. She is small. She is 4'11", maybe 90 pounds, and you're guessing about 25 to 30 of it is her hair. Um, she is in scarlet, red, and gold. Very put together, and has a massive book on kind of a hip holster. Very traditional wizard. And she comes just not bouncing, but a definite joy in her step walking down the hallway. Jezreel, it's so good to see you, and immediately goes and just hugs Hollis. It's so
Hollis
good
is
to
like
see you. How did you get here? Did a plane shift go wrong for you as well? I must have used the wrong material, and I just ended up here, and so I'm learning some things here. The magic hair is very squishy. I don't know how I feel about it.
Clyde, do you know this person?
Clyde,
Can
Clyde is like, "Meh, no, no.
It's been a while. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's so good to see you, though. Yes. It's so, and she goes for the book and she like pops it open and there's these elaborate like diagrams in it. She's like, it doesn't follow any of the normal rules that I've learned before. And how long have you been here?
You know other rules?
Yes.
Do you have notes?
I mean,
where are your notes?
Yes.
And
You
Hollis
should have
takes it
these. Did you
immediately
get
and
rid of
starts,
your
like,
book? When
studying.
you left, did it get destroyed in the plane shift? Oh my goodness. That must
I
have
would
been
never
terrible.
get rid of a book. What?
Well, I mean, I agree.
And it like takes out another notebook and starts copying everything down as fast as they can.
Yeah, and she's just going over it with you, like, okay, so this still works. This
Okay.
doesn't, though. This no longer seems to apply. I don't understand it. And just
Total
Excellent.
lost it.
So while this is happening, who arrives next to see these two just being way too studious on a Saturday morning?
I think, given his normally owl nature, extraordinarily Esso would have gotten up on time today and not been a night owl. And so you would hear the pitter patter of his little feet on the floor as he just hurries up to class. He goes, oh boy, I'm late. Oh, I'm late. Oh.
It is still like 10 minutes till like your meeting time with the dean, but I guess for Hesso that is late.
What? I don't have a watch.
Excellent.
So
Well, it's hard to get watches that like fit on like an owl wrist. Like they're not really made for wings, unfortunately.
no. So without using the voice for a sec, Esso is a tiny, about, I would say, a little bit under 3 feet tall, brown owl with several layers of robes that are way too big for him, that are all just tied up with a rope, and on his waist he has a little plushy version of himself, and that is about, I think, everything he owns in the world. Yeah, no, that's not true. Pinned on his robe, the outer one, is his little college ID. That's just a picture of like his forehead.
I love that. The cameras don't adjust. You know, it's
No.
just like an orb, but the orb just is like stationary.
Yeah,
It does not move.
magic is fickle like that. Hi everyone. No, you had homework? Did we have homework?
no, I was going over some old notes with Jezria. They went to school with me. But they seem to have lost their book. Hollis? Oh, I'm sorry.
Hollis.
Of course.
And there's always
Hollis.
homework. Life is homework.
They seem to have
No.
lost their old book. But this is old homework. There was nothing new for today.
So I missed something old? Oh god.
In a different dimension. I don't think they can blame
we
you
had
for missing.
classes in other dimensions?
Yes. I had classes in other dimensions. I don't know if you did. We met at the. It's okay. We met at
You
the
didn't.
seminar.
It's okay because I would never miss a class, and I just got this. So I think the faculty made a mistake. It's not our mistake.
Why too early this morning.
You've literally had nightmares about missing class before, Hazel. Like, showing up for the final without wearing any robes. You didn't study for this class. This is actually a nightmare.
Yep, I'm gonna plop myself up on a chair and play with my little plushie for a second.
Adorable. All right, and who comes next out of Ozzy and Lily?
I don't know.
I'm gonna guess that like Ozzy is like a party hard athlete. Probably is last.
I think probably if it's a weekend, Ozzy's probably like would be a party hard athlete, except it's also like an early morning practice kind of day. So like I think Ozzy's running late because practice runs up against the meeting and is like currently jogging on the way there. I don't know if he'll probably show up like 5 to 10 minutes late, I think.
All right. So Lily, would you like to show up now, or would you like to also be late?
I think Lily shows up right on time, almost gliding in, white wavy hair and white feathered ears, and clothing in layers, very flowy, a lot of it kind of sheer, giving a softness that kind of gives the sense of the edges of illusions as she kind of just cheerily bounces up. Good morning, everyone. Especially good morning to you, Hollis. Clyde is looking exceptionally slimy today.
Oh, Lily, hang on. And Hollis will go in their bag and grab a pen and pull it out and be like, here you go. You left this. You really have to be more careful with your stuff.
I do not know what I would do without you. Thank you so much. You're always finding my stuff for me, always sweeping in, being my hero.
You left it on the floor.
I just lose track of things sometimes.
Gotta be
Clyde
careful.
kind of bumps against you, Hollis, into your chin. It's like, tell her thank you. I did a special skincare routine last night to be extra slimy, and I'm glad she noticed.
Clyde appreciates your words, I guess, and sits back down.
No one else can tell, but Hollis, you're able to tell that Clyde is like preening, like his little eye stalks like pop in and then up. And he's doing like this to like
The equivalent of blushing for a snail.
Yes.
It is a wonderful morning for a meeting with the dean. Is this everyone? Are we waiting on anyone?
Then you hear, that's when the door opens. Sorry, my cat is gonna cause chaos this morning.
Checks out.
Yeah, she's a cat. The door opens to the office, and you can hear a voice says, "Come in." Quickly followed by another voice says, "Come in," and a third one says, "Come in," and then the last one is just like this really low bass, like kind of rumble through your chest. It's "Come in," and you know this is Dean Ron. He always speaks in fours.
Are we in trouble?
Probably. We
No.
weren't in by the second one. Let's go.
It just does that in the four, and then you hear Pathos, who is your stressed out TA, says, "No one's in trouble. It's just come in for the meeting. It's time for the meeting for your group project, your assignment. Right? Remember, I sent you an owl about it."
Hey, I resent that.
So we've been over this. This school just uses like non-sentient, regular, mundane owls to send letters.
This school
Because-
uses a labor force that is unpaid.
These are animals. They're not like you.
The proletariat will rise.
Okay. It's a little early, so can we just have our meeting, please?
Never too early for communism, but all right.
Hollis is
Clip
going
that
to take-
immediately, somebody.
Yes, please.
Amazing. Hollis is going to take the book from Penelope and slam it on the table and be like, Dean, Ron, why was there content and education that I was not aware of?
And I think as you walk into the office there, you can see Dean Tetrahead Ron is sitting behind his desk. He's a very powerful wizard, and he has 4 heads that float. Like, you're not entirely sure which head is which because they are all identical. They just speak in increasingly deeper voices, and he had a somewhat deep voice to begin with. But he has 4, and they just kind of like float and then like float down into his neck and attach and then float up. Mostly they're just in this kind of like slowly moving circle over his neck. And he has all 4 of these to store more spell knowledge. That's why he's the dean. Like, he just knows more because he has 4 brains to store it in. And you see Pethos Fezelbrook, your stressed out TA who I mentioned, who is wearing like giant glasses, and their hair, you know that they brush their hair. You've seen them brush their hair because they carry a brush in their bag, except that they're like constantly doing like this number with their hair and like pulling it a little bit just to like kind of focus. And so it's always a wild mess for them.
Same, bestie.
And then you see Professor Anil Verge, who is our half-ghost lecturer from the abandoned campus. The abandoned campus that everyone knows exists and no one talks about. It was abandoned. But Anil is there, and she is kind of not quite sitting on a couch against the side of the dean's office. Not quite sitting, not quite hovering. It's somewhere in between. You've tried to become used to that since going to school here. Some of you have had more success at acclimating than others. And also there is Professor Sawinzo, who is our mysteriously flighty teacher with impossible office hours. He is a like skeleton-shaped man. You know, like he has not literally a skeleton. He's just that like gangly and thin, and there just doesn't seem to be anything between his bones and his skin for some reason. It's a little weird. But he tends to like draw up into himself a lot, you know, almost like he's like crouching. It's a little Gollum-esque. Looks over at all of you. And lastly, you see Lowell Gleaming, who is a guest lecturer. So they're kind of not quite adjunct staff. It's kind of a weird thing. They've been here all semester. But he's a lens maker, and he just kind of gives lectures occasionally on like how making lenses works and how they can enhance magic or mess with magic. It's a bit disorganized. It's like he wasn't anticipating having to be here and come up with lectures for an entire semester. He was expected to do one lecture once, but is instead having to give one every week for a semester, and clearly is reaching the end of like what he could teach you about lenses. But all of these staff are there, and I think Professor Sawinzo looks up at you, Hollis, says, "Let me see that," and like reaches out this like long, bony hand for the book.
Please be careful. Please, that's got everything I know in it. Please, just...
And they turn and look at you, and he just kind of narrows his eyes. Says, "Do not presume to lecture me on magic."
I was just asking you to be careful with my book.
I'm always careful with books. They're very dangerous things. As it looks through it, says, "Oh, like, doesn't actually open the book to look through the contents, just like examines the book over and over, like looks at the spine, traces fingers along the edges of the pages, like runs their fingers over the like leather cover, and then one of these things is, well, it is a real object, but it's not from here," and hands it back to you, Hollis.
I will hand it back to Penelope. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. It is extremely important.
No problem. You should have...
And then Pathos, because what the professor is saying is it's not related to a class or anything. You haven't missed anything, Hollis. Don't worry.
Acceptable.
And the dean looks at us and says, "Where's Oswald? Where's Oswald? Where's Oswald?"
Right around the third "Where's Oswald," I think, there is the sound of what sounds like a dust devil crashing down the hallway, as Oz used a bit of magic to speed himself up getting there. And then there's a, nope, did that wrong. Ow. and then the door kind of pops open, and Oswald is there putting a sort of large, like, wooden grip tape wrapped bat back in a sling on his back. Oswald is every jock in every 90s teenage movie ever. Red varsity jacket, white lining, long brown hair in a ponytail that kind of drops down to about midway through his shoulder blades. Sort of blonde highlights in the front from a spell that went wrong that he just kind of liked and kept it there.
Frosted tips are back, yeah. I'm pretty sure, so it's good.
Dark glasses, which he currently is taking off, partially because it's inside, and also because I can't see shit. These are prescription. It was a good bit for fun, and but sort of arrives looking like he's very much been thrown down a hallway on his own volition, which was great. Crashed into 2 bookshelves, less great, and mostly was fine. And the bookshelves maybe aren't. And then just kind of like, whoa, hey, hi, sorry I was late coming from practice. But I'm here. And did I miss anything?
And Pathos just gives like a sigh. Says, "No, you haven't. Ozzy, how's practice? How's the team shaping up? We're gonna win. We're gonna be champions."
You know, I think we're doing pretty good. We've got about 4 more games in the season left, so I think we've got a good shot.
And you've been told to call him professor, but he still thinks that it's weird and prefers Mr. Gleaming. But he says, "Are you all right there, son? You looks like you got on the wrong end of some books."
You know, Mr. Gleaming, we're doing great. I just did a little bit of Chimancy on the way in, kind of overshot the variables a bit, but you know, put up a little bit of a energy shield up in the front. That worked okay. I've done that before. Not my first rodeo.
Yes, you know, I gave you a lecture about how lenses can help to magnify that and make it faster.
Yeah, I do.
And like that, you do not remember this at all, but there's like a pleading look in his eyes.
Yeah, and he just I think Oz just kind of like, oh yeah, I'm still not sure how to integrate them into a bat yet, but when I figure that out, that'll be it.
Good. We'll go over it. The rest of you got it right. Like it wasn't a bad lecture, right? And he's like looking with very like big pleading eyes at the rest of you.
I thought it was a wonderful lecture.
Oh, thank you, Lily. You're such an excellent student. Pleasure to have in class this one. And he like turns to everyone else, and none of the other staff look convinced at all. None of them. And Dean Ron looks up at you at this point and says, "All right, your group project. I might have made a mistake making it this low, y'all."
Good.
Good. Thanks. Enjoy my suffering.
Little early morning, little noon treats for me. Continue.
Look, I have no bottom range. I'm a soprano. I can't go that low. It says, well, your group project for this semester will be to prove my hypothesis. Yes, Oswald.
Which one was that?
Well, it's the the one of the dreaming and the languages, and we're all inside the mind of an entity, and language is a dream.
Oh, yeah, snow globe theory. Got it.
Snow globe theory? That is something else. That was last year's hypothesis that group project proved to be incorrect, unfortunately, which is why you must prove this one correct. I need to publish. And Professor Verge speaks up finally. She says, to be clearer, it is the dean's research that all language, and especially each new language, is a component that is dreamed into being because we are all partially inside the mind of a dreaming entity, and that is what makes magic possible. We are all doing supporting research on this so that we too can get published at the same time. And her voice kind of comes and goes a little bit. Like, at points you have to kind of, like, lean forward to hear her as if it was coming from far away.
Will we get credit in the publication as well?
And everyone looks a little like, what? Like how dare kind of thing. And everyone kind of looks at each other and no one really wants to tell you no. Pathos says, there'll be a general line credit for undergraduate assistance.
Hollis is like taking an obscene amount of notes and looks up at that. It's like
your names will be under undergraduate assistance in the back, but you won't get an authorship credit.
I don't do work for in the back.
Well, this is your group project that is worth 66% of your grade. You can, of course, choose to not participate, but I fully expect the rest of your group mates will, tell us that you didn't participate. We'll have to award points accordingly.
I would never, ever miss an assignment, let alone not pull my weight in a group project. And as Hollis is talking, Clyde is glaring at Ozzy. Glaring.
Ozzy, like, is that snail looking at me? Like, it's really hard to tell because there's, like, one eye stalk fixed on you, but the other one is just kind of, like...
wandering. Yeah.
Yeah, like it does, and that's just kind of what snails do.
I think Ozzy forgetting they're fully in a room with 4 professors is, like, kind of looks over, sees Clyde, and just does one of these, like...
Both eye stalks look at you, look at each other, look at you.
Yeah, and then just kind of waves. I think has fully like dismissed the academia from his mind and is now engaging in a nonverbal conversation with the snail.
Clyde is as threatening as he can possibly be as a snail.
Like, he tries to puff himself up, but he moves a little bit slow. And he just kind of rises up. He can't really puff up.
Good.
And I would say that, Penelope, this is all kind of like, yeah, been there, done that, all right. Because you're a few years older than the others, so you've done some, academia a little bit longer. You know how this game is played.
It would be terrible, looking at the other professors, it would be, in fact, terrible for us to not be able to prove this. Or at least tell you that we weren't able to prove this and publish on our own. But I'm sure you'll take that into consideration when you're deciding where to put the authors.
Well, I think that would depend on the help that you give, says Professor so-and-so. If you make yourself invaluable, perhaps we'll move your names up to the abstract, maybe?
It certainly would be invaluable to have your proofs, wouldn't it?
Yes, as it would be invaluable to have a good final grade for all of our classes for this semester. Because this is our group project for all our classes, since we're all here.
I'm just, making sure we understand each other. Well, dreaming mind of a strange entity that encompasses multiple universes, language. Sound about right?
Pathos says, well, you'll need a few more details for your assignment. So we've crafted this experiment. You will have to go to the mind of the entity fully. That's where we've begun to set up the experiment in there, and we expect your grading rubric, and they hand you like a piece of paper, like one piece of paper that Pathos has like scribbled down. Like, they try so hard to make their handwriting neat, but they're so stressed and so busy. So in like the first couple lines, it says like grading rubric, and then that's very legible, and it just gets increasingly messy as you go down the sheet. The single sheet of paper that Pathos has copied out for you. And begins to kind of just, like, read it verbatim the way professors do, because you can't read for yourself. They have to read it out loud to you off of the sheet of paper like it's kindergarten. Is telling you, the grading rubric is based on, can you embody the lessons you have learned in all of their classes for the semester. So you would need to include or be able to argue how you applied pataphysics, dimensional transcendence engineering, thermodynamics, and lens making to all of these, as well as embodying the 4, characteristics that the student body are expected to exhibit here at the College of Cacophony and Kinship, which are passion for the mystifying, proclivity for chaos, a desire to solve problems with clever spellcasting, and hubris. As well, of course, what did you learn about friendship? What did you learn about magic? Those kinds of things. It's actually like an extremely detailed grading rubric here. Like, there have clearly been students in the past who have argued to death, probably literally, to death, about the grade that they should get and why. So it's all been laid out here for you. The Pathos is doing the thing where you work too hard to try and prevent all of their arguments because they haven't yet learned the lesson that you'll never be able to do that. That students will always come up with another argument that you haven't thought of.
Yep.
Well, this looks like a piece of cake.
Oh, I'm glad you think so, says Professor So-and-so. Remind me again of the definition of pataphysics.
That is something that I was just tutoring Ozzy on. Ozzy, do you want to take that to make sure you've learned the things we've been working on?
I mean, yeah. Ozzy, I think, is still in the middle of a stare off with Clyde and only sort of perks up when he hears their name. And kind of turns around and goes, "Sorry, what was the question?"
Give me the definition of pataphysics. And I think this is an instance where you might want to use Bloviate.
Yeah, that thing I have no points in. That'll be great.
If
The
you
thing
have
that I
no
have all the
points in
points
it,
in.
you can roll 2 dice, and you'll
Cool.
take the lower of the 2.
Fabulous. And I think it's just 6s, right?
Yep.
Can I
So
assist?
if you can apply your spell style, you can get another die. You can get assists from, so we can have Lily assist you with that. So you'll get another die for that. So right now you're up to like 1 die. But if you can
Cool.
argue that your spell style applies, and
I
like
think the
literally like
only-
make an argument to me.
It will only apply in the event of Ozzy cheating, but no one said this wasn't an open book test yet. So I think, because Ozzy's spell style is kinetic motion,
Mhm.
so I think Ozzy speeds himself up to be able to snag his notebook out, look at it really quick, put it back in his bag, and be like, "This is the definition."
Okay, sure. All right, so I'll let you have 2 dice for that.
Sweet.
And just so you know, Lily, you will share the consequences of a failure. But how are you assisting? What does it look like?
I am, I think, just kind of popping in and like nudging Ozzy in the right direction or adding to what they're saying and just kind of supporting them in that way.
Okay. As he kind of bullshits his way through the answer, you're kind of like giving some ideas to prompt him in the right direction.
Yes, because in the complete opposite, all of my points are in Bloviate, or almost all of
Yep.
I love it. All right, so roll 2 dice for me there, Ozzy.
Cool. Let's do it. Well, that was hilarious. That was a 1 and a 6.
Oh, a 6 is a success.
Yep.
All you need is 1 6 to succeed.
Cool.
So you did succeed. I'll give you the definition of
it's the-
pataphysics.
That's the metaphysics philosophy branch, right?
Kind of. It's
Okay.
the study of the hyperreal and irreal spaces which occur under certain hyperthomic conditions.
Interesting.
The idea being
Uh.
that if you can imagine something with enough force, you will make it so in hyperreal and irreal spaces.
Cool. I
Like, if you
think
want there to be a book inside of a hyperreal space where you are and you do it correctly, you can make a book.
Ozzy, like, looking at notes, thinking about what they've worked on with Lily, and just kind of with a healthy dose of Reed's smudged ink on hand, he's like, that's the study of the branch of magic where mind over matter, but only sometimes.
The Professor Sowinzo does one of these and like leans back, crosses his bony arms and bony legs. In a matter of speaking, that is, it's a bit of a layman's idea of it, but you're not wrong per se. I might tweak your definition. It's the sometimes is subjective to the space that you are in, and of course it does pull off of Professor Verge's work here of thermodynamics, and like starts to go on this, and I think the dean is like, all right, thank you, so and so. We are aware of what you study. We are aware. We are aware. And then the fourth one, I think, is it speaks, but it's you feel it. You don't hear it. It's like below human hearing. So Hesso, you probably actually hear it because owls have better hearing. I'm assuming that they can hear deeper than humans can.
I feel it in my chest and I like it.
You're like the only one who's like, yeah, talking to Professor Tetrahead Ron is great.
Why does he have to repeat everything 4 times, though?
Each of the heads wants to speak. Like, they kind of resent each other. Like, they all want to be the center of attention all of the times. Because it's his head 4 times.
I'm
so
just
they all
picturing...
think that they're the original head and that they should the ones who should be doing the speaking.
I'm just picturing that he meant it to hold extra spell knowledge, but they all disdain each other, so they all just learned the same thing, so nobody has an upper hand.
He has arguments with himself sometimes in the middle of lectures. Yes, absolutely. And Pathos says, do you have any questions? This is your kind of last opportunity to ask questions before we sit you off.
I might. Hi, over here, Hesso.
Yes, Hesso.
Did you say something about having points for having friends?
Well, part of the point of group projects is to make friends because we want all of our wizards and students to be friends with each other, so that no one starts an interplanar wizard war afterwards, after you graduate or before.
No, all right. He's just pleased with the fact that part of the assignment is to make friends.
Yeah, so you'll need to talk about what you learned about friendship and how the powers of friendship helped each other in just like in section 3.63. It outlines some examples.
Yeah,
and you please note in section 3.63a that it talks about how you cannot only pull from these examples when talking to professors at the end. Like, you must provide additional information.
I'm certain I will not remember any of this, but
that's why it's written down for you. That's why I stayed up really late doing this for you guys.
Yeah, okay.
Damn. And then, then Professor Verts says, well, does any of you have questions about how... Yes, Oswald.
Out of curiosity, because now that you bring it up, I've never really thought about this before. Are all of Dean Tetrahedron's heads friends?
Of course we are. Of course we are. Of course we are.
Hollis looks over from notes. It's like, they're not. I've been working on my other dissertation on which one came first. They don't like each other and just keeps writing.
You can be friends and disagree. Indeed, you can. Lively discussion is an important part of many wizard friendships.
No further questions.
And then I think Pathos, like, does anyone have any questions about the group assignment? Or our areas of study? Hesso.
What happens if the entity wakes up while we're inside?
The dean says, well, it shouldn't.
I am comforted by your lack of words in that answer, but all right.
Well, it is a dreaming entity, and that's not my area of study. I just study, oneirolinguistics. I don't study entities. Yeah, we don't study entities. No entities, just linguistics.
Do you know what kind of entity it is?
A dreaming one? One that dreams. Yes, it's dreaming.
Oh.
So is this Oswald?
So making sure I understand this, we're going into the head of a dreaming entity which is dreaming our world and therefore every language that gets added to it, right?
Well, I don't know if it dreams all our world, and we're partially inside of it. It's overlapping with the plane of its mind, of its dreaming mind.
Okay.
So you will be fully crossing into that plane, and it's all. My theory is that all languages are an aspect, and when new languages appear, it is because the dream has changed.
Okay, does that mean other people's dreams overlap in this plane too? Like if I went into like Hesso's head, would there be languages and stuff being born in there?
Oh, you don't want to go in there.
The heads all look very like intrigued by this idea. This is
And really, since I brought language with me from my own plane, then they would have had to also dream my plane. Otherwise, we've just disproven your theory sitting here. Because
no, that doesn't disprove it at all. It supports it, in fact. The fact that it dreamed a language into being, that here you are. That is how the dream is manifested.
Oh, so it just snatches people from other planes.
Perhaps.
Okay.
Or yeah, maybe it did dream the other planes. Whoa.
Yes,
it
but that
dreams
starts
the
becoming
language.
a problem if he wakes up, then we accidentally erase not just this plane, but multiple.
We are not fully, you do not pay attention in class. We are not fully in that dream. Our plane overlaps with that plane of its dream, and it is specific to linguistics. I do not study what else may be transferring or bleeding. I do not study planes. I study dream languages.
You know, it was really a shame that there were no entity courses in the course catalog this semester. Ooh, my voice is breaking.
Miss Lowell gleaming speaks, says entities are unknowable.
All right, you're gonna send a bunch of students into a potential life or death situation. Gotcha, teach.
That's how group projects work, says Professor Verge. They're always dangerous. Magic is dangerous. Welcome to college.
So,
Yes,
even if it doesn't erase the plane, if languages come from it and it wakes up, would it erase languages? Would we not be able to talk to each other?
Well, that's a fascinating idea to explore for someone else who studies that. But it won't wake up. It won't wake up.
Okay. Should we?
Yeah.
Right.
get started then?
Everyone looks at Pathos is like, right, yes, this is me. Okay. Well, if you're all done, and they kind of motion you back out into the, like, waiting area just in front of the office, and just kind of pick up they pick up a potted plant off the ground. And it's like a pretty sizable pot. It's like this big around and like that deep. So, and they just like take the like money tree that's in it and just flip it right out. And all of the soil comes with it. And they just set it on a little coffee table there. No soil spills anywhere. Not a single speck of dirt. And they just kind of slap the side of the pot. And it goes ding. And just says, all right, hop in. And just like sets it down.
Sorry, what?
Hop in, it's the portal.
Works for me.
And you go to take a step into this pot. And like you could really only fit like a foot. And as soon as you put like a foot in, you start to just like immediately fall through it. And just like you just kind of squeeze through it like it was bigger on the inside than it was on the outside.
I will hop in as well, and there's a trail of like shimmering illusory stars that kind of trail after me as I fall into it.
Nice.
Are we now plummeting or something?
You are not plummeting, no.
Oh, good.
But I assume everyone goes through it.
Yeah, I think Ozzy falls after Lily, like, wow, she's so good at that.
Hesso?
Yeah.
You know, This is
I thought I had party
my
work.
area of expertise, so you can trust me. This is you know, dimensional transcendence engineering in practice in the real world.
All right, well, see you later, boy. Yes.
Hope so. You can just like barely hear that as it trails after you. And we will say that Hollis also hops into it as well, probably after a moment of like, okay. And the 5 of you pop through, and you are standing in the waiting room outside of Dean Ron's office with a potted plant, like the pot on the floor there that you popped out of, and the door is closed to the office. You don't see the money tree. Like, there's nothing in that pot. And everything is, like, a few shades either lighter or darker than it was. Like, every color is slightly, like, different. Either a little bit lighter or a little bit darker than it was in the other plane. And the air has, like, the, like, faintest, like, hint of menthol at the back of your throats. So if you had a sore throat, it's now gone.
That's good. In theory, we are in a dreaming, right?
You are more fully on the plane that this entity is dreaming.
Wonderful. I want a milkshake. Can I just imagine up a milkshake?
Let's give it a try here. Why don't you use Evoke?
Evoke. Okay. So I've got 1 in Evoke. Is that 3 dice?
No. So if you go to the dice pool section on the rolling, into the points in the most appropriate action. So yes, you get 3, and then if you can apply your spell style, you can add 1.
I mean, I have elemental manipulation, so I don't know if that counts.
No, I mean that you could make the argument to me.
I mean, I am absolutely pulling like calcium and stuff out of the air to make milkshake.
Sure, I'll give it to you.
So
I can help if you want, since Hesso's style is just to conjure objects. Period.
oh heck yeah.
If anything, I'll conjure like the container.
All right.
Nice.
So you can add 1 for helping. And if you are requesting the assistance of an entity, if one is appropriate and available.
I am not requesting. I mean, entity is separate from wizard. Like I'm.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
the
so
entity are the weird things, the
Cool,
unknowable
okay.
things.
So we are not asking the brunch entity for help at this moment. I'm sure it will come into play at some point.
All right. So yeah, go ahead and roll your pool then. And
so
all you need is 1 6 for a success, but if you get additional successes, let me know.
Okay. 1. I got 3 6s.
All right, so
And a
3d6 is a cosmic success that draws the attention, good and bad, of local entities. So I think the brunch entity is summoned. So what does the brunch entity appear as?
It is probably like Disney fairy sized, but it is a chef, wearing the fluffy white hat, and it just wafts of like syrup and mimosa, and it just smells like breakfast and probably a little too much alcohol for breakfast.
I love it. All right, so this tiny little chef, I think it's mostly just a chef hat. Like, there's a suggestion of a form there for a body that doesn't quite map to like a humanoid shape, and it's you can't look directly at it. It's like a thing that you kind of see shimmering out of the corner of your eye. And it just says, "Hey girl, hey! We're having milkshakes for breakfast. That means it's brunch."
Wonderful, thank you. Do you have more than one? Does anybody want a milkshake?
Ooh, I'll take a milkshake.
I would love a milkshake.
Milkshakes! Boom! And there are like milkshakes in everyone's hand. Like each hand now has a milkshake. There's like a cotton candy flavored one. There's one that's green that has the wrong consistency for a milkshake. It's kind of like opalescent and like extremely thick. There's There's one that is literally just like tears. Like you can just tell, like it is just like a milkshake made of tears. There's no ice cream in it. It's just tears, milky tears. There's someone's got a blueberry flavored one, like blueberry banana. Someone's got a smoothie. It's not a milkshake, it's a smoothie. But that is just going to open up, like, you're smart enough, you studied it. That is just going to open up a like long discussion of like what is a milkshake versus what is a smoothie, in the same way that like people argue about is a hot dog a sandwich. And you know, there's one that does not look like it was made with edible things. Like the green opalescent one looks like it's weird, but it's probably edible. Like this is not. There's like bits of electronics in there. You think you see like the escape key floating in it from a keyboard. There's like a pencil in there. Bits of wood shavings. Like it's very that'll stop you up.
Is anybody non-organic? Because I think we have a non-organic one. It's like the exact inverse of an organic milkshake, just inorganic.
Oh, I'll just put it down here. There you go.
You don't want a milkshake? It's brunch. Maybe you'd like some eggs instead. And it like pulls out what are clearly owl eggs out of a pocket. It just starts cracking them into a bowl and like whisking them up, making direct eye contact with you.
You want to play hard, right?
Go big and go home. It's brunch.
Just so you know, the owl eggs don't taste that good.
I think they're delicious.
Watching this exchange, I have the green opalescent milkshake because it's shiny.
Yes.
I'm just sipping on it while watching this.
It is so sweet. It is like the thickest syrup you've ever had. It is almost gross that it's so sweet, but it's also kind of irresistible, and it makes you feel like warm and energized. And if you had any minor aches and pains, any sore spots, like it's gone. Like you feel physically like the best you've ever felt.
Oh, that is a pretty good confirmation. We are in the dreaming somehow. Let's start poking at this thing's brain.
No, we're here for brunch.
Well, then
We're
we need to
having
take
brunch.
a walking
And
brunch.
then like
Come on.
whoosh, the like office disappears. Whoosh. Now you're like sitting at a really nice restaurant at like a tall table in the high chairs, the high tops. And there's like a breakfast buffet behind you that smells amazing, and there are people like getting like candied bacon and like good grits. They're creamy. The good grits that are nice and cheesy. And you've got like there's a waffle making station. There's like Sundays. Somebody is making the most delicious roast you've ever seen in your life. It's got that beautiful pink red color in the center. It is delectable smelling.
Gang, I might have girl bossed a scotch too close to the sun. We are now stuck in brunch.
You know, that does put us a little bit off course. Bonus points, though. Protein, and Ozzy fucks off to the breakfast buffet.
Grab some of the bacon.
Is anybody actually certain on what we're supposed to be doing? I will offer some of the green opalescent milkshake to Clyde. With a little wink that has like a little star that comes off my eye.
So cute.
Glad is like moving down Hollis's arm and like getting closer and closer.
Yeah, it's like a pseudopod that reaches out and like kind of wobbles around and then dunks in. And you can
Hollis like
kind of see like the green coming up the pseudopod a little bit as Clyde just kind of absorbs it.
Hollis opens like all of the notes that they just took. Well, they weren't particularly clear. They really just want us to work for them for free, which I'm pretty sure is illegal. But, you know, they just want us to find the brain, maybe? They weren't very good in their note-taking.
What I gathered was they think that the language comes from this thing being asleep and dreaming up languages. We're all on the same page for that, right? So if we wake it up and suddenly lose all language, we have confirmed that theory. We will also have lost all language, so
But-
that might be an issue.
Hollis is visibly panicking. We can't without language. Without language, there's no information without language. There's no
there's-
stories. All things that are happy are gone.
There's still math. I
Maybe
don't
That's
know how I feel
terrible.
about that.
maybe instead of waking it up, we try to find a new language.
We could do that. That might work. We can create a new language and see if it imprints.
A new language?
We could try.
Are we ready for that?
I mean,
And it's better than destroying everything in existence.
Of course, we can't do that. That's not an option.
it's always an option. There's plenty of other existences.
I guess it's an
Mimosas!
option for some people.
And the
Cloud
breakfast
looks.
entry, entity
Wow.
shows up. It is like picture of mimosas, and like everybody gets their own picture of mimosas
Jesus.
and Bloody Marys and like fancy Bloody Marys with like giant stalk of celery that's got all the leaves on it. There's like a spear of like thick cut bacon, like that's almost just pork belly instead of bacon on there. There's like like parts of like a bloomin' onion kind of sticking out. It's like somebody took like a chunk of a bloomin' onion and stuffed it in the top. There's those little airplane bottles of the liquor that are just like upended inside of it. Like this is the kind, like this is a meal Bloody Mary. This is like you go to DC and get this Bloody Mary. It's gonna cost you $40 and you're gonna love it.
Penelope, your friend is quite intense.
I didn't expect her to show. I simply wanted a milkshake.
Does she
Milkshakes,
only-
we got milkshakes, baby. And like the entity like pops out and then comes back and there's like even more flavors of milkshake on the table now. Like the table just keeps kind of expanding as things keep getting
I
added.
may need somebody. I don't know if I can do it. I may need somebody to bounce us a little bit forward in time, so it is no longer time for brunch.
Oh, look at the time! And I'll conjure a clock that like immediately points to like 4 p.m.
Okay, so let's do evoke then.
Yeah. So I got 1+1 for conjure objects because this is my style. So I would have 2 dice, right?
Yep, and if you want somebody to help you, or if you are requiring the assistance,
I
if you
am
are
not
requesting
calling
the
on an
assistance of
entity. I'm not calling on an entity, but if anyone wants to help,
I would like to help by, as soon as Hesso says that and points at the clock, using an illusion just to make us invisible, just to make us disappear.
How is that helping with moving the clock forward?
Oh, it's not helping with moving the clock forward. It's like, oh, look at the time. We have to leave. And boom, we're gone. Then hopefully the entity loses interest.
So that's a different thing, though, than, like, because you're helping Hesso do this, and Hesso's summoning, like, oh, look at the time, like, moving time forward. So I'm not sure that that's helping with that action.
Okay.
well, I was not so much moving the time forward as just showing a clock that shows a different time.
Okay.
I mean,
But
if anybody is good at Blaviate, like, absolutely, like, yeah, no, we've been here for ages. I mean, I can help with that, I guess. We've been here for ages.
That would count as help, then, yeah.
We've eaten so much, and no.
Yeah, that's supporting the idea of it being a different time. Yeah, so I'll help for that, then. You can get +1 for that, Hesso.
I only have 3s, so I'm gonna tick my clock.
So
and
you're
I'm
going
gonna
to use
take
hubris.
3 points of hubris.
Excellent. I love this. Okay. So your highest die was a 3. That's
Yeah, my
hilarious.
highest
Okay.
die was a 3.
So we're adding 3 to our hubris clock. I love it. I'm going to make a note of that. For Hesso's got 3 uses of hubris. Halfway to an instability. I love it. All right. To get a single success, and the breakfast says, "What?" and looks over at the clock, says, "Oh, wow. All good things must come to an end. Until next week, besties!" And like waves, and like just keeps waving and waving and waving as everything just kind of like dim, and then lights come back up a little bit, and you are standing in a like room that looks kind of like a dungeon. Like, there's some nerds on campus, and they keep playing this game of, like, labyrinths and lions or something, and, like, they keep talking about, like, dungeon exploring, and this is what you think of. Like, it's, like, a dirt floor with, like, maybe some bricks under there. There's, like, bricks on the wall. There's, like, a torch on the wall, and there's a door in front of you.
Ah, shit, now we're in the nerd house.
Oh, this reminds me of home. Don't you remember one of our classes was down in the basement, kind of like patting Hollis on the shoulder? Not the Clyde shoulder, the other shoulder.
Of course not.
One pats the
I-
Clyde shoulder.
Clyde shoulder is how somebody goes.
The Clyde shoulder's
mean-
permanently kind of gross.
It's fair. It's fair. Hollis is like, I remember studying this a little bit, I think, but are we players?
Oh, I mean, this is just what home looked like. Do you not remember the basement of the old college, and Professor Utoniums was down here, and she just kind of goes up to the door like she's gonna open it. Hope like hell it doesn't explode.
Clyde's like, I miss the smoothies. He's
Getting
like
a little big in your
faintly
shell, it's
green
alright.
from like eating that milkshake.
No. I'm gonna get Clyde vomit on my shoulder.
No, it's like slightly opalescent green.
All right.
So, Penelope is heading towards the door. Anybody gonna stop her? Anybody gonna let her?
I think Ozzy is bemoaning the loss of magical fake bacon. I think is currently what's currently happening. So I don't think he's fully checked in with the fact that there is
It
no
was
yet.
the best bacon you've ever eaten in your entire life.
Fantastic,
It had this amazing maple glaze on it that you could
Ooh,
still
good.
taste.
delicious. Yeah, I was just like, ooh, I'm gonna have to try that when I get back. So, and then like turns around just in time, I think, to see Penelope open the door whenever that happens.
All right, so Penelope, you open the door for that, and I'm gonna roll a d6 to see what you see. You see like looks like a wave pool inside of like the dungeon, like hallway. Like it's like the length of a wave pool. It's not quite the width. It's like maybe half the width of a wave pool. As soon as you open the door, you're all just like on the other side of the door, and you are all wearing inner tubes that like are shaped like your favorite animal. So what does everyone's inner tube look like?
Mine is a very realistic human.
All right, so there's like a little human head sticking out the front, and like little hands and little feet at the back. There's no tail. So someone has just like it's just got like a section of like red, as if it was for like swim trunks, I guess, instead of a tail.
Hollis is Clyde.
Oh, okay, so it's a
Very
snail.
Clyde.
So yeah, so there's like little pseudopods there with like eye stalks with the little eyes on there, and there's like this like a small like shell, like the little like cylindrical circular kind of shell towards the back, as if that was a tail. It's not quite like to proportion, but it's like the same color as Clyde's shell. It's even very slightly got a like almost opalescent green like undertone to the color. Clyde does not like this.
No, Clyde is staring at Hollis like, how dare you replace me?
But he's also wearing an inner tube of a little ducky. It's like a tiny little yellow ducky with like a little head with a little orange bill and some wings on the side, a little tiny like ducktail.
Perfect.
Mine is a very bright, very colorful peacock.
I love that. It is like so many shades of like glittery, shiny blue and green and purple. Yes, and it's got like a very tall, elegant neck with like the little like tiny feathers popping up the back.
Mine is a dark blue dragon with like Mickey hat stars all along the side.
Love it. It looks
Oz,
both
yeah.
cute and ferocious.
Yes.
Oz's is a lion,
Nice.
with a mane that's in two-tone, the same color as his hair.
I love that. Yes, it is got a very charming, winning smile on its face.
Okay,
Alright.
what? Like it's looking down, like what just happened?
I hope we get to keep these.
They're very cute, I agree.
And the wave
So,
comes up and like hits you and then goes back to the door, away on the other side.
I mean, at least it's concerned about safety. Maybe it won't erase us from existence.
hopefully.
Knowledge is adventure. And Hollis walks out the door, like towards the wave.
Okay, so you're like already standing in like knee deep water when the wave
I
comes.
want to go in.
It comes all the way up to like your chest. So like Hesso and Penelope are like to get above the wave when it comes.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea is you gotta catch a wave and like body surf down. So is Hollis trying to do that?
Oh yeah,
All right. So I'm going to make you use a roll for this.
I love that.
And the thing that would make the most sense is shift, because that's about physical stuff.
So I technically get 2 because I have nothing in shift, right?
Nobody has any points in shift.
Oh great.
And if you think that my
true.
very first
Oh
thought
my
wasn't, I am
God.
going to exploit the hell out of that.
Oh, wonderful.
Great. Love it. Y'all, as a reminder, I did put in chat, next 25 dono, Clyde will try to go on somebody else. And this is a great opportunity for Clyde to go somewhere else. Well, that's a 3 and a 4.
All right.
So can I use hubris to make the 4 a 6?
You certainly can use 2 ticks of hubris.
Oh yeah.
Excellent. And so how does your arrogance come into play with catching this body wave that you like wouldn't be able to otherwise?
Ooh, that's a great question. I feel like Hollis is like trying to scientifically do this and like staring at it and like trying to like measure out all of the things, and just in the perfect way, when they like duck down their head, it like pulls them under and they go completely by accident.
So you ride it from the bottom, but you're just like, well, you know what? There's no rules about how you're supposed to catch a wave, and because of the physics of water and wave motion, I can definitely do this. And you're like, I'm doing it. And yeah, you just whoosh, and you're swept down towards the other end of the hallway.
Sweet.
The wave pool hallway. You hear Clyde going, wee!
You know what? Screw this. Esso is going to. Wait. I have to check what the other 3 actions do again. I would use maybe ponder. Basically, Esso will just reverse the gravity of the pool, and while the water's just going to go up, he's gonna walk down the whole
Okay.
thing and not have to
Sure.
swim. I don't know how to swim. What would that
Well,
be?
you have an inner tube. I still think that if you're gonna, that would still be shift because you're affecting like the physical form of the water. You're manipulating the force of gravity.
So I would get
move
just
the water.
1 for the style of gravity.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, let's go. It's a 5. So 1 point of hubris.
Okay, excellent. I'll remind you guys, you do have resistance too,
Oh yeah,
but hubris is more fun.
to succeed in a pitch. Nah, for just 1 point, I'll do it.
Okay.
And it's temporary, really. It'll last just long enough for him to get across.
All right. I will give the opportunity to Ozzy, Lily, and Penelope if you want to try and get on that and like piggyback off of Hesso doing this.
I don't think that's cool enough for Ozzy. Ozzy has the thing he wants to try once the gravity
Alright.
comes back down.
I think I'm too distracted by the time I realize what's going on. Hesso's already like halfway across, and there's no way I'd make it in time. Because I was waiting for Hollis to get to the other side, because I want to try and very elegantly cross once I know Hollis is watching.
Okay. What about Penelope?
Having realized that things can go real sideways if they do too well, she's just kind of going to be like, and just leap with her floaty.
Just kind of like run across after Hesso.
No. She once the water hits, she's like,
Okay,
okay,
you're gonna wait for the water to come back.
wave,
Okay.
wave.
It's taking
so
the
nobody's
slow water
taking advantage of Hesso's like ingenuity. Like, I'm just gonna walk. Everyone's like, no, we want to body surf.
Yeah,
I love
I was
that.
like, oh yeah, wave pool. That's not. Come on, Hesso, come on. Like,
So Hesso makes it to the other side to join Hollis, and then the water just comes, just like with a wet slap, right back down. And Hesso and Hollis are looking back at everyone, I assume.
I'll go next.
All right. So you're gonna try and
This
elegantly body surf.
Yep. Is this still shift?
It's still shift.
Awesome.
quick question for you, if we have a moment, just in
Yeah,
terms
go
of
ahead.
like some stuff, because I've realized, I think, what is the difference between using shift to work magic versus using evoke to work magic that is physical? Out of
So shift
curiosity.
deals with physical form, and evoke deals with the raw nature of magic, and it's also what you use if you get into a wizard duel.
Okay. I think I've put my stats wrong.
Oh.
Yeah. I think with that description, Ozzy is way more for shift than he is for evoke. Because it's a lot about using his own body and amplifying like kinetic energy in that way. So I
Mhm.
think that sounds more like shift than it does evoke. I'm not sure how that tracks to you.
I was surprised that Ozzy didn't have any
Okay.
in that, so okay, I'll let you do it then. I'll let you move all
Okay.
4 of your points from evoke to
Yeah, no, I
shift.
don't want to like split it up nicely. I'm like, no, this is wrong. Put it where it was supposed to be. Yeah. Cool.
Okay. All right, so Lily, were you getting help applying a spell style?
I guess I could have applied illusions. I just rolled 2 and took the lowest, which was a 3, and then I'm going
Okay.
to take 3 hubris. I am going to
Nice.
include illusions kind of to make the water around me sparkle just a little bit more, that sort of thing. Make it look very, very nice as I glide across this water.
Yeah, you got somebody to impress.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you conjure up your little bit of illusion magic to cover over looking wobbly at all. You're like, no, I have to look good doing this because Hollis did such a good job. I've got to do a good job, and I've got to impress them. And the water does sparkle a little bit at like the crest of the wave that you've caught, so like the sparkles travel with you, and you just like glide very elegantly and stop right in front of Hollis.
The first part of the plan I've already been successful at. I've won Clyde over. Second part now is to win Hollis over.
What's great is Hollis is like just looking around where they're at. Clyde is watching you. Clyde is like bright-eyed and like, this is amazing. And Hollis is like,
Yeah, Clyde puts out 2 little pseudopods and like it's like awkward. They kind of like don't like they miss each other sometimes, but he's trying to applaud for you.
Ozzy, I think, looks at Penelope and goes, so do you want to do something? Because I don't know what's going to happen to the water after I've done this.
I mean, I'm not terribly worried, and I'll just kind of leap
All right, so
with my nothing in shift. I get 2 die.
yep,
2
You gotta
unless
take
you
less.
want to, and you take the lower, unless you want to use your manipulate elements spell style. I mean, this is water. That's kind of
Yeah, I know.
primal magical element.
If I get into trouble, she will, but she's like, it's fine.
All right.
I got a 1, so I'll go
Excellent.
ahead.
So, would you like to use 5
It's
points
fine.
of hubris
Yeah,
or
go
a
for
point
it.
of resistance?
I'm gonna use all 5 hubris. It's all right. I'm
Love
sure
that.
nothing will go wrong.
For our viewers, fun things happen when you hit 6 levels of hubris. I love that. 1, 2, 3, 4.
What could go wrong? 1. Perfect. Beautiful
So
timing,
how does your
amazing.
arrogance come into play as you begin to just immediately, as soon as you like tense your muscles, can tell you are timing this wrong?
Yeah,
does
I
your
absolutely
hubris save
time
you?
it wrong. And I misunderstand how much water my hair is going to absorb. And I basically just cartwheel the whole way across. Like it's like you see legs dragging hair, legs dragging hair, legs dragging hair, and it just kind of I'm like, all right, at least land it. Legs dragging hair, legs, and I just landed in a cartwheel with the little floaty dragon still around me. I'm like, that was absolutely intentional. Yep.
Oh god, I
Wringing
love
out the
that.
hair.
Okay. Yeah, so it's like, you know what? You mistimed it. It knocked you over. And you're like, nope. I'm gonna make this cool, and you just like your childhood gymnastics classes coming back to mind. You just cartwheel through the water all the way to the end. It's hard. You're a little tired when you get there, but you did it.
That was the plan.
All right, Ozzy, it's just you.
Ozzy hops in the pool, waits for a wave to come up, like to come towards him, waits for the rebound off the wall behind, and multiplies the force of the wave to push him forward.
Excellent. All right, so roll for this.
Yep. So that's been shift plus my spell style.
Sure. Yeah, I think motion applies to this. So that's 5 dice.
Yep. There is a 6 in there. I think.
Just one?
Just one.
Okay.
The rest of them were real bad.
I mean, if you get 4 or more, you tear at the seams of reality. And I think that might be fun.
I'm so ready for that at some point. Yeah. We'll
So
see.
It is a beautiful, elegant, perfectly executed body surf in a wave pool. Like, this is not the kind of body surf you would do in the ocean because that's different. It's not appropriate. It's not the correct style for here. And Ozzy knows this. He's an athlete. So just like very coolly and relaxed. Definitely giving off like peak like dad on vacation vibes as you like ride the peak of
1000%.
this wave all the way down to the end of the wave pool.
Yeah, gets to the end. Woo! Oh, that was fun. Let's do that again. Well, I guess we don't have time to do that again, do we?
Yeah,
gotta
the
go.
water's now gone.
Oh. Oh, that sucks. Oh well. Are the inner tubes still there?
They're still on you for now, yes.
Okay, cool. Well, that's a good memory. What next?
There's a door right there.
I'll get this one. That will just open the door.
All right. So you open the door, and you see, you look like you're inside of a barn all of a sudden, because you're just like, you open the door and you're just like all immediately on the other side, and there's no door behind you. And you can tell that you're inside of a barn because the walls are like almost semi-transparent and they're red and there's light coming in and it feels kind of like dusty in here. Like this is a storage barn. And so you see like just like piles of stuff. There's like piles of books, there's chests, there's crates, there's a big tarp, there's drop cloths, there's a ladder going up into a loft, and it just feels kind of like dust and old, as if this place isn't really disturbed much. You can't even see if there's doors on the other side because there's just stuff piled up like above like even the tallest of you.
Has anybody been anywhere like this before?
I mean, I've been in a barn. Wasn't see-through.
I've seen pictures of barns. Is this what they always look like?
Yeah, usually they smell like cow or something. This one doesn't. That's nice.
Oh, y'all got out of this place? This just looks like Hollis's room.
Yeah. You are also no longer wearing the inner tubes, by the way.
Aw.
Damn it.
They're so sad. Clyde and Hollis now are both glaring at Ozzy.
What? It is.
Clyde's like, I'm glaring because you're glaring, but he's kind of right.
No. Glare harder.
Just keep looking. I miss my inner tube, my ducky inner tube.
Get you another duck.
Can you get me another ducky? I want a ducky. Please.
I will get you a ducky. I don't know if I can get you a ducky inner tube, but I'll try.
Ducky inner tube.
All right. I'll work on the science to make it when we get back.
Can you like use magic?
I can. Of course, I can use magic. What color do you want the ducky to be?
I want it just like the one I had.
Okay. We will make it identical. You will get your ducky, but you have to keep glaring at Ozzy.
I am
Or
still
no
glaring.
ducky.
I haven't stopped glaring. But I deserve a treat. Glaring is hard when you don't have eyelids.
Of course, you deserve a treat. You're the best person here.
So can I have the inner tube now?
We're gonna try to make the inner tube.
Excellent.
Just
love
because I
that.
have a feeling this is gonna require hubris, unless I get to use ponder.
Make me an argument as to why you should use ponder instead of evoke.
Fair. I mean, I do have stuff in evoke too, but my thought with ponder is like the knowledge required to make it, like the knowledge of the spells to put it together and know like how it would be created, what elements to use, and things like that. But I'm also okay with evoke because I have stuff in
Okay.
evoke.
All right, let's do ponder then.
Okay, so technically, since I have 3, it would be 4 dice, or is it?
It's 3 because you get the number equal to the points you have, and then you can get another one if you can apply a spell style, another one for help, and another one if you're gonna reach out to a relevant entity.
Okay. Kind of hoping I get ones because that would just be fun. I got a 6, a 3, and a 1. So the 6
Excellent.
counts, yeah.
Yes, so you do succeed, and it occurs to you as you're working through this, you're like, oh, this is like what Professor Sowinzo's like research is on, like imagining something makes it appear in hyper-real spaces or irreal spaces. And so you kind of like are like, I should try that. See, are we in a hyper-real/irreal space? And yeah, like the little ducky inner tube just like pops into existence on top of the nearest stack.
I will grab it and without Clyde stopping glaring, like put it over Clyde. So the glare is still going, but now there's a duck, and I will share with everyone. I think we're in a special kind of space because I just thought of that, and now it's here.
Be careful doing that. That's how we ended up at brunch.
Brunch was a bad time. I don't like brunch.
It was a lot.
It was a lot of. It was very people-y.
Can we see any way out of here?
So if you like move through the stacks of things, then you can kind of see like the far wall, and you think there's a door there. The walls kind of have like a bit of a light diffraction as it passes through them. So there's like little like red tinged rainbows around, almost like the walls are like crystal.
So fancy.
All right.
It is otherwise just a normal, boring, dusty barn full of things. This is like, you know, your grandfather who was gonna open an antiques business, you know, this is where he stored all the junk he bought that he claimed was antiques. So there's like a bunch of like interesting stuff here in piles everywhere. Dusty.
Is it like boxes or just stuff everywhere?
It's both. Like there are boxes, like there's cardboard boxes, there's wooden boxes, there's like plastic Tupperware containers. Some of them look fancy, some of them look broken. And then there's also just like piles of stuff. Like there's definitely just like a stack of books that are real dusty. There's like an old like candelabra chandelier that's just like got some candles on it, like covered in cobwebs. There's some kind of like big complicated piece of machinery. There's like cabinets full of stuff.
All this is going straight for the books.
I was going to say the same thing.
Outstop, like, and not even like looking at the covers, the spines, immediately opening, trying to see what these books have.
There's all kinds of stuff. You find like books of fiction, books of nonfiction, you find research, you find books in languages you can speak, books you can't. There's one that's like very plain looking, it just says Owls of the Northern Continent on it. You get some like introductory like school books. There's like a book for kindergartners about how to make friends.
Do I recognize any of the fiction books?
Answer me this. Ozzy, are you looking at books?
Yeah.
You come over and stand next to Hollis and look at books?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a book there that you recognize. You see like the cover looks kind of like not familiar isn't the right word because you've definitely never seen it before, but the art style is very familiar. And you start to like tingle with anticipation and you go to reach for it and Ozzy grabs it just before you do. And it just, you know, it says you recognize the like author's name, Frank Rafiki. on there. And Oz, you're like, oh, I haven't read this one yet.
Yeah.
Hollis will immediately turn and be like, "You haven't returned the last two from the library."
Oh yeah, no, you're right. Like I'll just like start to open it and be like, oh, which one is it? And, like turn it over and be like, oh, that's spoilers. Yeah, I can't read this. No, this I haven't finished the other two. So it puts it down, like it just puts it down. Like, oh, I can't touch that yet. That's later. I can't. No, can't spoil that. I'm only halfway through the first one I checked out.
What? Do you not have respect for other people of the library?
Yeah, of course I do. I refresh my alone time and everything.
Oh my. Clyde, remind me, murder is frowned upon.
Murder is frowned upon.
Okay.
So is arson. But this isn't our home. So maybe we could light it
This
on fire.
isn't our home, so maybe arson isn't frowned upon here.
We could steal it.
Or we could just knock Ozzy out and take it. Wait, do we think we could exchange?
Like,
Now, mind
Ozzy's
you,
already
Ozzy
set
can
the
hear this
book
whole
down, right?
conversation.
Oh, yeah, no.
That
Yeah,
anything
no,
I'm
fully.
saying, you can hear.
Fully. Ozzy's like, if you steal the book that we both haven't read, I guess, and gathering from it, have you read the other two in the series first?
No, because I'm waiting for you to return them.
Oh, well then, like, what's the point of stealing this one?
So you can't hoard it for the rest of my life.
While they're
It's
having
not
this
gonna
like
take me
heated,
that long.
like semi-whispered argument, what are Lily and Penelope and Hesso doing?
So when I first stepped into this room, I was very kind of grossed out by how dusty it was. But as soon as Ozzy said that this is what Hollis's room looks like, she perked up, much more interested. But I'm heading over for the complicated machinery. Just
All
to poke
right.
at it and see what it does.
It's like it stretches up almost to the loft. It looks kind of like server stacks, but like covered in buttons and levers and dials and little like the buttons. A lot of them are like semi-translucent and colored so that they would like light up in different colors. There's like the fun pull handles. There's like flicky switches. There's like the buttons make good clicky noises when you push them.
Oh, I'm doing all that. I'm pushing, pulling, flicking, everything. Just in random orders.
Every single thing you touch, it's so like it's got amazing haptic feedback, and it just is like deeply pleasing. It's like it was made for you to push everything on it. There is no power running to it, and you do see a power cord on the side of it, right next to an outlet on this crystal wall.
Well, if it's this wonderful now, it just has to be even more wonderful if I plug it in. So I'm going to plug it in and continue.
Okay. It comes to life with a very large, like, hum. Like, you could all kind of, like, feel it. The hair on the back of your neck, sticks up. You can, like, feel the static electricity in the air. Like, you put your fingers close to each other and they, like, crackle a little bit. Like, this happens to everybody all of a sudden. Like, Hesso, your feathers aren't laying right.
What's going on? I was just looking at things. I
It
swear
makes
they
Barn
don't
more
do
fun.
anything.
The lights are, like, gently flashing in, like, a pattern. You're like, ooh, maybe I should touch it in that pattern.
I do. Absolutely.
All right. So you go to touch it. And what do you go for first? Is it like a pull handle, a flicky switch, or like what's going on, a lever?
A very satisfying, like, heavy pull handle. Something that
Nice.
clicks into place.
Okay, it's like the cord for a fan, like a ceiling fan on steroids, and it's just like chunk. This like very satisfying noise. And the air gets heavier and more charged. Everyone's hair is like when you touch those static balls at like the kids section of the museum where your hair is like out to here. Everyone's hair is doing that now.
I would like to conceal mine with an illusion.
Okay. Sure. Well, I think that would be shift. Like there's so much magic energy in this air right now that like every like magic spell that you cast is going to be a little bit risky here.
Okay. Shift, 1 die for illusion.
Yeah. Do that.
Is there an entity that deals with good hair days?
Yes, there absolutely is.
Absolutely would like to call on that entity, which I'm sure I've called on many, many times.
Okay, so you've got like a little bit of a personal relationship with this entity. Like you know how to call them. Okay, sure, I'll allow that to happen. So you can
Awesome. That's
add a
2
1
total.
for that.
That's a 5, and I will take another point of hubris because this seems very much along that vein.
Yeah, it's important to have good hair when you're trying to impress your crush. Okay, excellent. So, just what does the entity of good hair days look like? You can take suggestions from others if anyone else has ideas as well.
Yeah, if somebody has a suggestion.
A floating pair of clippers.
My brain went cousin it, so
Ah,
That's
yes,
what-
yes,
sort of the
cousin
direction
it.
I was thinking as well.
Yeah, let's do with like a cousin it type entity. They're pretty tall. I think they show up and they've got hair that is like actually ombre. You know when you go to a stylist, you're like, okay, it's an ombre, and it's like chunks. It's not actually an ombre because it's not a gentle gradient down the hair. It is from the purest white to the deepest, darkest black at the bottom. It runs the whole gamut on one side, like bilaterally, like one side. The other side is the entire rainbow. I mean the entire rainbow, not the Roy G. Biv kind of like Pride cartoon kind of rainbow. Like it goes ultraviolet, it is hitting infrared, it's hitting eyes, like colors that you need shrimp eyes to be able to see, like the whole color rainbow on the other side. Just like beautiful flowing hair. There are parts that are like deeply curly, coily. There are parts that are like stick straight. There's like sections that are like very thin, fine hair, and sections that are like very thick and like beautifully coarse. Like it's like all of the hair textures at their most gorgeous on this entity. And it says, "Oh, my dear, let me help you." And like there's like pseudopods of like arms, but with like covered in hair. Like one is all rainbow, one is like the ombre of all the possible colors. It's just like gently like shaping and smoothing your hair with great care.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. And I kind of motion over towards Hollis, like,
Oh, are we? Ooh. Bit of a wild hair there. But are we're looking to impress someone?
yes.
I can help with that. And like a couple more pseudopod arms come out with like there's clippers, there's a blow dryer, there's like a curling iron, there's hairspray, there's mousse, there's like the like spray bottle with water to like reset curls, and like just going in, and it's like a flurry of activity. It's like Edward Scissorhands here, cutting through everything, and you have never had more beautifully set, bouncing, gorgeous, shiny waves in your life.
As soon as they are done, I just kind of step off a little bit. Hollis, have you seen this machine? It's so interesting. Just kind of standing in front of it as I motion.
Hollis is still glaring at Ozzy and is like, "What? Machine? New things? Yes."
It is, the air is still thrumming with magical energy, and the rest of you still have your hair like out to here.
I feel like that's just Hollis's everyday hair.
I think it's just like, how is your hair doing that? Looks like, how is your hair not doing that?
I just have good hair.
Wild. That's so cool.
But yes, machine.
Have we pressed all the things on the machine?
Oh no.
Not yet. And I'll push
There are
another
so
one.
many. The machine's
I
like
would-
5 or 6 feet wide and like 12 or 14 feet tall.
I would wait just a second. Failed to mention when I was describing Penelope earlier, she has Lichtenberg scarring across her face, having previously been electrocuted a number of times.
Ah, okay.
I'm not going to tell you not to. I am simply going to say being electrocuted hurts like hell. And let me out of the barn first, because that's what's in the air right now.
I mean, we're just in a dream, right? Can't be that bad.
You would think,
Well, in
but it
theory,
hurts.
if our professors are correct, then we could connect it to the real world. I very much trust Penelope's opinion. If we don't touch it, we shouldn't touch it.
Oh, I'm not saying don't touch it. I'm saying let me get out first, and then go ahead. I'll take notes from over there, and I just like make a beeline towards the other side.
All right.
I think Oz is like, that sounds like a great idea, actually. I will take notes. Yeah. And then sort of turns around and I think not hiding it, scoops up the book on the way out. Like, oh, I'll read this on the way out. It's fine.
Can I have grabbed like the research and the how to make friends book and also
Sure.
just be like, just let me leave?
Yeah, you guys are making a swift path towards the door out of the barn. You can now see it on the far side that there is like an outline of a door in the crystal with like a little red crystal like handle. What are you doing, Hesso?
So wait, we're splitting up now?
Do you want to see what happens with the machine, Hesso?
Maybe give me just a... And he'll move to like the closest crate or the closest box that's big enough for him to fit in. Just
Okay.
empty it out, climb
Alright.
in,
So
and
you just like
lower the
chucking
lid.
fine china over your
Yeah.
shoulders, and letting it crash on the ground. Cool.
And he's just going to stare at Lily and wait for her to press any button whatsoever. All right, I'm good.
I'll look back at Hollis. Is there a button you want to push?
I mean, all of them, but scientifically, it's not the correct one. And Hollis will like look into the air for a minute and just kind of like look at everything and pick like the most random button that is available that looks like not, if there's anything like not lit up, doesn't look cool at all, that's what Hollis is going to press.
Okay. There's a very like mundane, boring looking key that like isn't shaped exactly like an enter key on the keyboard, but that's all you can think of when you look at it. Like it just has that like vibe to it of like, oh, this is what you hit to confirm.
They will hit that.
Okay. Excellent. Let's look at the table that says something weird happens.
Yay!
I did it. I didn't even
Okay.
commit arson yet.
Yet. Let's see.
What is the title of this? What's the 5th volume of this book? Because I think Oz has checked out 3 and 4. And what is this new 5th volume that we've never read in this series? We have no name for yet.
I feel like it needs to be something extra because my brain's going fantasy, so it's like the blah 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 of blah, but I don't know what yet.
It's like one of those like long ass isekai titles.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is
Oh,
written by Frank
good.
Rafiki. We do not mess around.
It's true. You know what? Hey Rafiki, you in the chat? Tell us what the name of the 5th title of your isekai series is. And then for bonus points, what's number 3 and 4? Because now I'm curious.
Just name all
Let's
5 of
put
them
that
for
in
us.
chat.
Frank. So
That time
as
I
you-
decided to run a charity event. Holy shit, that's hysterical. Sorry, that's very good. Okay.
Oh, they're all that time now. Like that's the series.
Yep, absolutely.
And so as you hit this button, Hollis, the air seems to begin to solidify. It thickens. At first it's like when you're in a sauna and you can feel like you're breathing in like liquid, basically is what it feels like. It's just like that oppressively humid and hot. It's almost like that, but it's neither humid nor hot. It's just that the air is thick. And then you can feel it, all of you, like pressing on your skin, pushing quite hard on your skin actually, as that hum begins to increase, and it's now a vibration that you can feel, and the pitch starts to go up and up and up, and a whine that's reverberating through your bones now. The light begins to change, and things begin to get almost like smeared. And you keep trying to blink as if to get something out of your eyes, but you can't. And it's because the pressure is mounting on your eyes. And you can feel your eyes start to like push down as if you were like rubbing on them. So now you're beginning to get a little bit of starburst at the edges of your vision. And moving is like when you're in a dream and everything is like you're moving through molasses, like your limbs move very slowly. Nothing seems to respond quite right. And it's getting difficult to breathe. And you know that this is only going to continue, that the pressure is only going to get worse and worse. You've only got a very limited amount of time. What are you doing?
Like, do I think I have time to grab something and go towards the door, or do I just have time to go towards the door? Like, would I know that?
You're not sure. How badly do you want to grab something and live?
I'm gonna go grab the box that Hazo's in.
The whole box.
I'm gonna try to pull Hazo out when I
Okay.
go.
Whoa, what's
ideal.
going on?
Okay. It is like trying to like undo something that's been stuck with super glue. Like it's really hard. Are you gonna fight this Hesu, or are you gonna try and cooperate?
Oh, do I see you, Hollis, like panicking as you do this?
In the most minuscule of ways, like
Oh,
Hollis
okay.
will not like visibly something looks off with Hollis.
No, are you here to give me uppies?
Yes, uppies now. Uppies now.
All right, okay. Yeah, I'm making friends.
Okay, so you're cooperating with that. So then I think this is gonna be a magical roll here. You are cooperating, like Heso is cooperating, so I'll give you a +1 for that. But let's see. I think this is most likely going to be shift because you're doing
Okay.
physical form. But if you could make an argument for something else, I'll let you.
Not if it's stuck like glue. I think, right? Because it would be. It's
like
two
trying
because
to
I
pull
don't have
somebody
anything.
like out of quicksand, kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna try a random thing and see how it goes.
Okay, so let's do shift with help.
Ooh. So I have one of those as a 5. So can I
Okay.
use my point of hubris to make it a 6?
You absolutely can.
So I don't get somebody else murdered?
You know, yet.
Unless it's Aussie.
All right, so you do manage to succeed in giving Heso uppies. So you've got Clyde like scoots over a little bit to make room for Heso on your shoulders.
Then I'm gonna try to go to the door.
All right, what's everyone else doing?
Is the pressure increasing for everybody, or is it
Oh, yes,
just
everybody.
Okay. I don't care for this. Right. So can I use manipulate elements and basically try to like half the gravity to counteract the pressure?
Sure, we could do that. Give
That
a
might
try.
just make everything worse.
Yeah, it's not
but-
just gravity. It's like pressure from all directions. But yeah,
Well, so can I manipulate like the gravity and the air pressure?
I mean, yeah, you could try
Elements. Elements. I don't know. That's 2.
that. I would
Spell
let that be
style.
evoke because it's more like you're using raw magic here than it is like moving physical stuff.
Okay, so yeah, 2. And I'm gonna go ahead and I guess get the first because I rolled a 4, so
Mhm.
+2 would put me over on hubris.
Yes. So that would put you at a total of 7 hubris. So you erase 6. You still have 1 because
Yep.
spillover stays. And you are going to take a level 1 instability.
Woo,
So-
I'm winning, guys.
Yay! We
You are winning. You're winning that race. Yeah.
Excellent. and you get sprouting mushrooms. So as you do this, the magic energy in the air is so strange and volatile, and like that is what is pushing down on you. Is just like the feeling of magic you realize as you're here. Like that machine was just like crazy amplifying magic inside of the magic crystal building that was also acting like a magnifier of magic. That all of your spells are having weird unintended consequences here. And your little mushroom starts to sprout. Your shoulder feels a little itchy. You look over and there's just like a little mushroom popping up. And then they just like, you see them beginning to sprout like all over on your skin. Like, they're kind of like the shelf style mushrooms. So they're like little like plates kind of sticking out all over that are of different sizes and shapes. They all kind of like mimic your hair in like color and kind of texture. Like mushrooms aren't hair, but it just was reminiscent of the same like hair that you have popping up. You could feel them on your toes. You could feel them like behind your ear. There's one inside your belly button. That is a weird feeling. That's a really weird feeling. But the pressure does diminish somewhat. And you all feel a little bit easier to breathe, a little bit easier to move towards the door if that's what you want to do. The pressure's not gone, and it is still increasing, but it's like instead of going all the way up, it would like back here and is going up again a little bit slower.
Having seen that Hollis was panicking just a tiny little bit and realizing the danger we're in, can I try and unplug the machine as I move towards the door?
Sure.
Right, I will do that. I will run over, since it seemed to be close by. I'll run over and unplug the machine before running for the door.
Yes, I am gonna make you do shift with that though, because the pressure is still so hard. Like, and there's so much magic in this air that it's risky.
Makes sense. Yeah, my magic definitely won't help in this. So yeah, I'll just roll 2 and take the lowest. The double ones.
Excellent.
I will take 5 points of hubris on that, which puts me well over.
Good.
The race continues.
Yes, 4.
We are
over.
doing
I love
good.
that. So you are going to take a level 1 instability too. Let's see what you get here. You hear voices in the back of your head, like whispering voices. You cannot quite make out what they are saying, but they are speaking. They are not here. They are not from this plane, but there are voices and you can hear them speaking now.
Great. Okay. That's a problem for later.
But
I mean, a problem for now too, but...
And unplugging the machine. And it's just like, there's a cut and the pressure is relieved. You all still feel like a lot of like extra potential energy in your bodies. Like you absorbed some of the magic that was just there. But it's like you taking the first deep breath you've taken in several moments.
I think I fixed it.
Unplugging, it's always good.
Does anybody else hear that?
Hear what?
And now it's a little bit clearer. You're overhearing a conversation with a patient and their doctor talking about the dry skin of their ear canal.
I think I'm hearing daytime soap operas.
What's up? What?
I don't know. We should keep moving, probably.
Oh, well, I had a question for you before we go. Nobody opens the door. Lily, when you went to open the door, did you dream or imagine a barn? So I'm trying to see, like, can we affect what's on the other side? The whole theory of psychopatho something.
I mean, I wasn't really thinking of barns, and there's her eyes dart for a second towards Hollis. Um, I mean, I had a lot of things on my mind, but not really Barnes.
Oh, well, if you want to take a load off your mind, and he'll unlatch the plushie and show it to Lily. The doctor is in.
Oh my god.
After all, that's who I am, you know, the emotional support owl. But with an H, because I'm a hoot. And he squeezes the plushie and it just makes a fur sound.
What are the rubber chicken
Um,
noises?
Yeah.
Oh lordy.
Thank you.
Anytime, friend.
Yes.
And because this feels like the perfect time for this, I rolled because somebody did the $25 dono. So Clyde is going to slide around my shoulder and up So's head and sit up there.
Oh, free hair gel.
Clyde is probably just heavy enough to make his Hesso's neck just sink a bit in his shoulders. Just like, all right, this feels wet and comfortable.
You hear, you see Clyde's eye stalks come down and look at you in the face, and just hear kind of noise. And Hollis, you notice that Clyde is saying friends.
And I'll look down and be like, he says friends.
Friends. And I'll turn my head 180 degrees. I can do weird shit with my body too.
Oh, amazing.
So now that you've had a moment to catch your breath, the door is still there. What's the plan?
So are we thinking of places we want to be when we open these doors? Is that the thought?
I don't know, it's a theory.
I mean, we may as well test
Try.
it.
Yeah.
Do we want where do we want to go?
Anybody got a place they want to go to?
I mean, we need to try to make a language. So a language lab?
Anybody
Where
ever
do
been to a language lab? I
Uh,
have not.
I haven't
Of course
taken
you
any language
haven't.
courses yet.
Hollis, have you been to a language lab?
Of course I have. We have one on campus.
Okay, do you have notes of that?
I mean, I know what it is. There's lots of computers, very nice people to talk to you about studying for those of you who need to study, I guess.
No, wait. It's not the room with all the tongues and the mouse.
That's a different
Oh.
section of it, I think.
What? Where are you going?
Well, languages, tongues. I might have turned into the wrong corridor there.
I mean, we could try to go there. I don't.
No.
Nobody, we
Okay,
won't go.
all right. Looks like maybe we're not aiming for the language lab's hallway.
No,
I have an idea, and Oswald just opened the door.
All right. So we're gonna take a little break here.
Perfect.
So don't forget to donate to Take This. That's who we're raising money for. But yeah, go refill your water, use the bathroom, stretch your legs, get up and walk away from your device for 2 minutes. It's good for you. Look at the far wall, rest your eyes, and we'll be back in just a few. right, welcome back everyone to our Spelljammers actual play, Weird Wizard School. This is what professionals do. Our intrepid group of student wizards on their group project has transported themselves over to being more fully on the plane of existence inside of the mind of a dreaming entity, and they are now making their way through a weird world trying to figure out how to prove their professor's research hypothesis and still get a good grade on their final project. We've made it through the barn with the large machine that was amplifying magic to a truly dangerous degree, and Ozzy has just opened the door into Hollis's room. You're all now immediately on the other side of the door in Hollis's room. Everything is just like the waiting room outside of the dean's office, a couple shades of color off. It's either a few shades too light or a few shades too dark. And no one would know this except Hollis. Not even Clyde would notice, but like your papers are in a different order on your desk.
This isn't the language lab.
This would bother Hollis immediately, and they would run straight over and be like, this is not the order that I left this in. This is not why. And look straight at Ozzy and was like, why did you make chaos?
I didn't. I just opened the door. I just figured if you had language lab notes, we could go there without having avoiding the weird turn down into tongue lab.
They're not in order. I keep all of my things in order so I can find them. And now...
Oh, so then it's
now we
clearly
just
not
search.
your room. It's just some approximation of your room.
It's my writing.
As you
Yeah.
look through the notes, you can tell that they are in an old organization system that you briefly toyed with before just going back to the one you'd already using, because you were figuring, probably why, if it's not broke, don't fix it. This was you attempting to optimize, and you decided that it wasn't worth the hassle of relearning your own organization system.
Like, are all the notes like this?
Mm-hmm.
Could we have... And looks immediate to Penelope and is like, would you think that it is possible that we're in an alternate timeline and there's another me? Because this is not the style I use. I did for a little bit, but this is all of my notes as if I only used that.
I don't see it being impossible.
And Hollis will immediately start looking for anything related to Clyde in this room if it exists.
Ooh.
There is Clyde's like little clay like pot essentially that he sleeps in. It's it's pretty big. It's like this big around. It's like full of like his favorite leaves in there, and so it's kind of like simultaneously where he eats and where he sleeps.
Okay. So Clyde exists. Thank God. And I'll also start like looking through all the things and see if we can find any notes on the language lab / creating a language, anything this Hollis might have had relating to language.
Okay, you do find the notes actually from this semester. You have a class with Dean Ron on oneirolinguistics, the study of dream languages. That's, it's kind of like introduction to oneirolinguistics. And you find like notes about, he does talk about his theory of like, how is language, well, what's known about how language works in dreams and why you can't really read things in dreams. Like you can't focus on them. It's always kind of like, meh. You can't like read from a text in dreams, but how you can speak, and like sometimes even in dreams you can speak languages you don't actually speak and understand things, and like how you may remember phrases and words when you wake up, and like how they're pulled from the mind in this way, and how magic can influence that to make that more complete, or how you can use that to kind of like hack your way into better learning a foreign language. Like it's not explicitly like, here's how you create a foreign language inside of a dream. But it's like a lot of little pieces that could solve that puzzle for you.
But I can read it.
Yes.
So arguably our teacher is wrong, which brings me joy.
Well, as the their dean pointed out to you multiple times, you are not inside of a dream. You are more fully on a plane of existence that exists within this entity's dream.
Okay. All right. I'm going to try to make up a language. And
Okay.
just randomly look at Lily and just start like making noises and be like, and see if anything happens.
How do you react, Lily? This is just sounds. So this is just Hollis making noises.
Yeah, when you look over at Lily, she kind of stands back up very quickly from, you can't see, but she was shoving her notebook that has her name on the front of it in a place where you might find it later to return to her.
Excellent.
She kind of stands up quickly from that and just looks at you. Is that snail? I don't speak snail.
First of all, on behalf of Collide, he is offended. Second of all, try to
No, I'm
speak it
not.
back. You are. You just like her. Stop it.
You like her too.
And then picks up Clyde and puts him on his little like bed thing. Like leaves him there for a solid minute.
Oh, thanks. I was hungry. And it starts like slowly oozing across the leaves to eat them.
It was just noises. I don't know what you were saying.
Darn. I was hoping if we tried to just make one up, if it would work.
Oh, it wasn't. Oh, good. I thought I just didn't understand.
Ozzy, Penelope, Hesso, you've seen this happen. As Hollis just like made some clicking noises at Lily.
So, go ahead, Hessel. I talk too much.
No, you go ahead.
Ozzy, you were thinking about Hollis's room, and then we got Hollis's room, right? An approximation
Maybe?
of.
That's hypothetically. I mean, it could have also just been the one in the next one through, and it just happened to be a coincidence. We haven't tested the rules enough yet, I think.
So, is there like a PA system at our school?
There's like a magical PA system, yeah. Like it only kind of exists like not everywhere. Like there are pockets you could be in the school and not hear it. So like it's supposed to be everyone's responsibility to then like repeat the message to everyone they see for the next few minutes. But like there's one in this dorm.
Okay. In theory, we are in the place where the sleeping entity hopefully derives language. That's the theory. And if we come up with something here, it should become real in various places, right? That's kind of
that's the theory that
the theory.
Dean Ron is trying to put forth, is that all of the languages that exist in the world as you know it originated as elements of this entity's dream.
So, if we can convince this creature that Dean Ron is a nightmare creature, then Dean Ron's name becomes synonymous with nightmare creature, and his research isn't worth anything. We have
And
proved
we
his
can be
point and
silent.
made it completely invalid.
Her name would be at the front.
It would.
Maybe.
In theory.
There's some holes in that theory, but maybe.
So if we were to just speak gibberish, they would somehow become a coherent language?
I mean,
I think
No, go for it.
I think we need to convince the thing that is dreaming that it's a coherent language. Because it's applying the logic.
Hey! Invent a new language! You hear?
Hesso screams at air.
Yep, Esso just screams at the ceiling.
Small bird screams at clouds.
Yeah.
I would like you to make a bloviate roll for
Yep,
me.
saw that coming.
Oh.
Okay.
Crap. All right. Bloviate. Wait, where's my sheet? Okay. I got a point.
Great.
All right. I will GM.
Yes.
Would you say that conceptually language is an object?
No.
Skipped 3 arguments ahead and went, no, this thesis is not happening. Try a new topic.
An object is like a specific thing that you can somehow like physically interact with.
But in this
It's not an intangible idea.
But in this reality it might.
Have you seen any evidence of that?
Well, if I roll and I succeed, perhaps I will. All right, I'll just go with the 1 die. Unless does anyone want to help me scream at clouds?
I will yell, please, after everything you say. Please.
Sure. And here's also a thing. I think you are calling upon a relevant and available entity.
Uh-huh.
Ah, shit, yeah.
Saw that coming.
All right. So up to 3 dice.
Eso screams at Cloud, hey, dreamer, wake up!
So
We need
I
this
got-
entity to be lucid dreaming.
I got a 3, a 3, and a 1.
Oh, no.
Cool.
So, and I have 4 hubris right now.
Mm-hmm.
But Esso really wants to be right.
Of course he does.
So
You also have
what?
this stance, right?
Yeah, I know,
Resistance, yeah.
but the instabilities.
You do you. Just reminding you
You
have the
know?
option.
I want weird
Look.
stuff. Hit me.
Yeah, I will. But I have a question. If I take 3 points of hubris, do I go to 6 and then like 1 more? Like, does
There'll
it
be a
carry
spillover,
over?
Yeah, you'll be
It's
you'll be up to 7, and then you
Yeah.
erase 6 and keep the
And
one.
keep
So
it.
you'll have 1 spillover, and you'll
All
take
right.
a level 1 instability.
Hit me with an instability.
I'm gonna use my little bitty die that I got out.
Just because I'm small, you don't have to use
Yes.
small dice. It's kind of a bit reductive, you know.
You are going to sprout horns.
Yes, I got the one I wanted. Suck it, entity.
They are identical to Hollis's horns, but they are darker in color to match your plumage.
Oh wait, I need I need to get the artwork of Hollis up again.
I can send it in the Discord if you want.
Cool.
I ram horns.
And
Hang
there's like
on,
an itchiness
Clyde. Ah,
to
crap.
that. And what is it you shouted specifically? You just like made a noise.
I just it might be because I turned away from the mic. Video Ninja does that with my mic. I shouted
Hey! Make up a new language now.
Please.
Please. I
and then
should've-
please
Lots of
was
pleases.
added, yeah.
Okay. And how did you? I mean, that's pretty arrogant on its like
Oh yeah.
just surface. It is pretty arrogant to expect that an entity would just listen to you,
I know.
especially one where you're like kind of sort of metaphysically inside of it.
It's yeah.
And risky to think that you should get that attention while you're inside of it because it's streaming.
Yeah, there are things you can't ask of entities while you're inside of them. I realize that.
But you did it anyway.
Yeah. Hesto is like a tiny ball of anger sometimes.
Sometimes.
And sometimes he doesn't think ahead and it's just like, oh yeah, right, I'm a guest here.
Okay.
Oh well.
Any dollar rage.
There's like an awareness now that you can all feel. And you feel like something is looking at you. Something looking at you, watching you. With a sense of amusement.
Somebody's watching me.
In the in the way that dream
Good.
logic works, and you're just in a different place now. There was like no shift, nothing suddenly happened. You're just in a different place now. You are in a kind of outdoor, like hot springs spa type environment.
Ooh.
And you're all sitting in this pool, like this stone pool, and there are there's two people in there with you who are wearing like linen robes that are white and that cover like their whole bodies, and they have hoods pulled up, and inside the hood is the medieval beekeeper mask, which is a large circular wicker contraption that's very tightly woven so that you cannot see through it very easily. Like there's a couple of little specks, and so like that person can probably see enough to navigate, but you get no glimpses of what's inside. And they are both like sitting on either side of this pool with their like arms back, and you're all in the water up to like most of you it's like lower chest kind of height. For a couple of you it's like collarbones. And there are like 4 walls around you, like you're in another one of those dungeon rooms, and it's comfortable enough, large enough for you to all sit there. The water is actually a really nice, comfortable temperature, and there's like a large mirror on the wall that you're all facing. Nobody is sitting between the two beekeepers, and you see them reflected, and then you see a third beekeeper in the mirror that isn't there in the room with you. And then the third beekeeper in the mirror like tilts his head and looks at all of you. Does not look at your reflections in the mirror. Looks at you through the mirror.
Do we see our reflections in the mirror?
You do.
Okay, good.
It is otherwise an exact reflection.
I have a totally important question for the plot. Is Clyde back with me?
Yes.
Okay, good. It's okay,
Clyde,
let's go in
I
the
think,
room.
has like touched Hesso's new horns and realized that he kind of missed being on your shoulder and like made his way over to you.
Okay, good. Okay, good. So they're like behind us? Question mark. And we're seeing them in the mirror.
No.
Just to clarify.
So it's
I've
a
never seen
circle.
them.
And on the far side away from you, you see the wall. The 5 of you are like sitting like on this side of the circle. Either side of you is one of these beekeepers with a space in between where a person could sit, but no one is there. And directly above that empty space is the wall with the mirror that shows everything exactly the same, except there is a third beekeeper in that reflection who is staring at all of you. Not your reflections in the mirror, out of the mirror at all of you.
Like it was a glass, basically.
Kind of, yeah.
Oh.
It's like a painting where the painting came alive and was looking at you almost.
Hey, Hollis. Did you take notes during Mr. Gleaming's lecture on lenses and the properties of reflection and stuff? 'Cause I didn't, but I think that's not normal. No. I might fail the class then.
Anyone else could have taken notes and like volunteer in this.
Yeah,
case, too.
anyone else?
Yeah, I had some. I seem to have misplaced my notebook though. I'm not really sure where it went.
But do you agree it's not normal and creepy?
Oh, definitely creepy. Definitely not normal.
Like, I feel seen, but not in the right way.
Yeah, I don't think we need our notes to realize that.
Okay.
Hollis is gonna like look at everyone and be like, "Okay, I know, like this is really peoply, and look at Clyde. This is really peoply. I don't like the peoply, but generally, what I've learned in life is that we're not supposed to tell the people that are being creepy that they're being creepy in front of the people who are creepy." Hi, nice to meet you. I'll say to one of the beekeepers.
Both the beekeepers raise their like the arms that are towards the inside of the their circle like towards each other and just kind of put their head back down. They're wearing gloves. You can't tell what's underneath.
Can we help you? I think Oz is fully relaxing in the pool, has the sunglasses inexplicably back on at this point. Because he remembered a vague thing about lenses and, like, glasses are like a lens. Maybe something will change. Who knows?
The two beekeepers try to look to the center to where as if they could see that third beekeeper sitting there who's not there except in the mirror. And you hear just like a voice say, "Now you want to help me."
I mean, I didn't want to do anything prior. That was Oz points at Hesso. I think Hesso wanted something, but we're here. This is nice. So
Mr.
mostly just
B,
talking.
can we have just one crumb of language, please?
What is a crumb of language?
I don't know, like a word,
Well,
a
then that's-
preposition.
I think crumb might be closer to a preposition.
Because I'm pretty full from the brunch earlier. Also, I might
I
be
was
scared.
dreaming about this amazing brunch. Really wish I could have been there.
Maple glazed bacon, right?
Oh, maple glazed bacon, owl egg omelets, just the best. Like a fey milkshake. There was like this roast, this delectable roast. Yeah.
I mean, if it helps, I think Penelope's friend was the one who set it up. Probably, maybe.
She can be a little pushy, but she's good for it.
I mean, a friend set it up. Oh, in my dream there was like a brunch entity, and he brought everything.
Oh, you had a interesting.
That's cool. Yeah. This probably wasn't the same brunch then. You know,
Might
dreams
not
are
have been.
weird like that.
Were we at your brunch? Did you see us?
Well, I just said that like might not have been the same brunch. I mean, I don't remember you, but you know, like dreams are a thing.
Yeah, they're a little weird.
Did you dream about a barn and then a room that kind of looks like the barn but wasn't?
There was like a spell casting focus area. It was all made of rubies. And then I was in some kid's room that I don't know. That was weird.
Did you see?
Like, and I don't know
the
how I
wave
knew
pool?
that it was a dorm room, but it was definitely a dorm room. A wave pool? Yeah, there were like some animals and a person in the wave pool. I love wave pools. They're so fun and relaxing. I feel real smooth when I catch a wave.
No, I get it. That's fair. Same.
Anyway, my name is Penelope.
Cool.
Do you have a name here? It's okay if you don't.
I forgot my name. Like, I have a name. I definitely have a name. I don't know. I just make something up, I guess. It's just a dream. It doesn't matter.
That's fair.
I won't remember when I wake up anyway.
And we call you Frank.
Frank. Frank. I don't feel like a Frank.
You don't feel like a Frank. Do you feel like a Francis?
Francis? Francis.
A Samantha,
I could,
maybe.
I could be a Francis.
Francis. We could do a Francis.
Francis it is for now.
Yeah, I could be a Francis. A Francie. Fancy Francie.
Fancy Francie works. I don't think any of us are really particularly attached.
Yeah, that's cool. So yeah, like what's up with you guys? You seem real stressed.
Homework. Group
Knowledge is-
project.
Stressful.
Oh man, group projects the worst. Why do teachers like assigning them?
And the teacher's not even going to give us full credit. They're going to use the research and then take it for themselves.
Oh, isn't it just like being in college though?
Yeah,
Yeah.
lame.
You're just there to learn. You don't know enough to do things.
I don't know about that. I think we definitely know some things.
I mean, yeah, but that's what they say, right?
That's true. They absolutely do try and use that against you.
Mm.
And then they send you to go do the actual work, and then they take credit for it. Lame.
Yeah. So, yeah. Did you, like, need something, I guess?
Language.
Do you need language? You seem to already have the ability to speak owl.
Then we're done.
Like, to speak, comma, owl.
Oh
Not
no,
your name, I'm just calling you owl.
I can also speak owl. I'm Hesso, by the way.
That's so cool. Do you all have names?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, why shouldn't we?
Because most people in dreams don't have names.
Well, we're kind of
Really?
different. We came to the
Yeah.
dream.
Or at least I guess
Lily.
in my dreams. You came to the dream.
Yes, I'm Lily, by the way. So we were sent here to find out whether or not language came from here because our teachers think it might come from here, but we're not really certain if it does or not. So we're trying to prove that it does, so we can go home and be done with our homework.
Okay, this just went from being really boring to being one of the most interesting weird dreams I've ever had.
So it's your dream.
Yeah? I mean, I'm pretty sure. There's
Okay,
always the
well-
whole, like, do you know that you're dreaming? Do you know
Or
that
is it
you're
like another
real?
dimension? Or
Yeah, like, that's
Yeah.
some philosopher stuff, man. I'm,
Like, what's your
like,
what are you normally then? If you're dreaming.
me.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of a silly question, ain't it?
I don't know.
Huh.
It's kind of also another philosopher question.
Yeah.
Who are we all? Who are any of us? Are we all the same? Maybe we're just different entities of the same person, thing, dude. Cosmic brain.
so
Like
yeah,
she's
our
dreaming?
our homework was to come here and see if language originated from this dream. So if you make up a language and then we end up with the language, in theory, and I might be forgetting something, that would make us finished with our homework.
So you're like asking me to take control of a dream.
You like lucid dreaming?
Oh yeah, I heard about that. I don't know how to do that.
It seems like you're in control of the dream here, though.
No, I'm just here. Talking to you guys. If I was in control, I mean, no offense, but we would be having a much more interesting conversation. This is kind of a boring conversation. Sorry. Like, I'm sure you're all, like, great, like, dream people with, like, rich, varied interpersonal lives and all, but, like, I'm just not seeing it right now.
Is there another door in here?
There are no doors.
I think he's making fun of us.
No, I'm really, like, it's just a statement from my perspective. Like, I'm not trying to insult you or anything, but, like, yeah, you're kind of, like, not very talkative and, like, not very forthcoming and, like, aren't really, like, saying or doing anything all that interesting, except for the one idea about, like, dreams being in charge of speech or something.
How many times do you have a snail in your dreams?
Maybe it's not that uncommon.
Clyde is a delight. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. There's nothing boring about Clyde. Clyde is a rock star in his own right, and he is offended that you do not appreciate him. Also, Hollis is going to whisper to everyone else, do we think it's possible that this isn't the entity and just somebody else here like us?
I think so.
It's very hard to whisper in that voice.
I'm impressed that you did it.
Truly.
I like the idea that Hesso can't whisper.
It could be, yeah. Let's.
A
Yeah, like,
slightly
it's
Esso
super
can't
obvious.
whisper.
a slightly quieter yell. I mean, look. They've got a point. We came in here and started talking about homework. I know if it was me, I'd be bored to death.
Yep.
Same. So, is there anywhere outside of here? I mean, it's your dream. Let's go somewhere more fun.
I mean, like, I'm not in control. That's the whole thing. Like, the dream just happens, and I'm just here for the ride. This is a dope outfit, though. It's so creepy.
I'm going to conjure a door to get us out of here.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'd like to see that.
Oh, sorry.
I will conjure a door to get us out of here.
It screws me up every time. Every
No,
time.
I love the idea that, like, Hessel actually
So
said
just
that,
said it out loud.
All right, make me an vocal.
Both
Alright.
statement of intent and rules text.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, I got evoke. I got conjure objects. It will be a. I want to summon up a door that just floats on an inner tube.
Okay.
And we'll see what happens, I guess.
Okay, go for it.
I do not have a 6. I don't think I will
Excellent.
ever have a 6. But you know what? This time I will use a resistance.
A resistance. Okay. So,
One of my 3 goes away.
no, you were down to 2 resistance. Let's see here.
Oh, and the door, if possible, at least in Hessel's mind, leads to the one thing he thinks is like the most fun
Okay.
in the world.
Okay. All right. So there's now like an inner tube, that is shaped like an owl with horns.
Yeah.
It's kind of a confusing inner tube, and there is a door just floating on it in the middle of their little pool.
See that, beekeeper man?
I don't think I'm a man.
I'm sorry. See that, beekeeper person? I can be loads of fun. Come on, everyone. Party starting. Let's go.
And he's going to just,
Go through
I guess,
the door.
doggy paddle up to the door. And then...
Okay, yeah. It's not a very deep pool. Once you stand up, you're able to walk through it without any like huge issues.
I am 3 feet tall.
I mean, like I said, any huge issues. For others have no problems at all. It's a little difficult for you, but doable. The door is not floating in the mirror. Like, it's not there in the mirror.
Well, I'm still going through. Bye-bye.
Okay. Anyone else that reacted to this?
We're all in the mirror, right?
Yes.
Every one of us.
The only thing that there was more stuff in the mirror than there was around you, and now it's like the mirror has the beekeeper and not the door, and you have the door and not the middle beekeeper.
Hollis wants to investigate, but I don't really know that there's a way for them to do that.
There's always a way.
With,
You have magic.
Yeah.
I mean, hold on, let me look at the things and my spells. Because to test it, can Hollis use their magic to like make vines and see if they appear in the mirror?
Okay. Where do you want your vines to appear?
In like front of the beekeeper, but not touching them.
Okay, so just like growing out of the pond or like coming from the ceiling kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Do an evoke?
I'm really good at deciding on things that I don't have a lot of stuff in.
Hey.
Oh, so that's a 3. So I'm gonna use hubris, which fills in my hubris circle.
Yeah, that gets you to 6. So you're gonna take a level 1 in stability, and you have no spillover.
Yay! I want.
I think you are also gonna get mushrooms. That's what happens. We rolled a 3, so you start growing little mushrooms, and you get little like ink cap mushrooms. And so these are ink caps actually. I specifically have ink cap mushrooms on here. They look like little, just like skinny, kind of smallish, whitish mushrooms. But the cap, as they grow and move towards decay, actually the cap will start to like fold up and turns kind of slimy, like black slimy goo like ink.
Does Clyde have mushrooms, or is it just me?
Does not.
Okay.
Clyde's like, I don't know if those are edible.
It's fine. It's something to we'll look into it. We'll look into
It
it.
like reaches out a pseudopod and like touches one that's like sprouted up and like curled over that is like oozy black, and it's like, oh, that feels weird. And there's like black like traveling through the snail now.
So my vines worked. Are they
yes, there
in
are
the
vines
mirror?
hanging down, and they are not in the mirror. And they're just kind of like gently swaying. And the beekeeper's like, okay, you can summon things, kind of.
Hypothesis, our magic doesn't exist in that.
Hypothesis, yeah. You could, how do you test hypothesis? You're doing homework, right? Is this your homework?
I'm doing unpaid labor without any credit.
Are you getting a grade? That's kind of a
I am paying for my grade.
You can pay for grades?
Not like that. You have to do your work, Ozzy.
So you're earning them. Like anyone who's ever gone to school except for the very rich.
If you have to pay to go to school, are you really earning it, or are you paying for it? We don't have the time for the philosophy of this one, okay? I want my name on the front of this book, so we're gonna keep testing.
Okay. The beekeeper sounds kind of confused. Cool, yeah, so how are you gonna test that hypothesis? Anybody?
Can I just go and poke the mirror?
Sure.
I was also just about to do that. Good.
Yeah. You get up and walk over it, it's a mirror.
Okay, good.
Feels kind of cold and glass-like.
Can I try and turn this into a portal to the other side of the
How would
mirror?
you like to do that?
I've got manipulate elements. There's definitely some silver in there for me to manipulate and turn it into a portal.
I think this is gonna be kind of a ponder thing because you're like changing the nature of the
Perfect.
magic. I think
I
maybe.
got 2.
I don't think manipulate elements counts unless you can make me an argument.
I mean, silver is an element. There's usually silver in mirrors.
Is there?
Yes, at least old school mirrors. Newer ones have an aluminum base that they use to make very reflective. But old school ones were silver, and that's why you couldn't see like vampire reflections because silver is pure. I could keep going.
Okay. All right. I like it. You've won me over. You've logicked. You can definitely use manipulate elements.
Who's over here bringing the science to the magic?
2 6s.
2 6s. What is 2 6s?
Critical success.
Yeah, describe an additional benefit. Okay. So you touch the mirror and it feels like a mirror, and you're like, well, Mr. Gleamy did say something about mirrors being kind of always inherently magical in their nature, and also being quite common in magical rituals, and probably the most basic level of portal that is known to exist magically, and I should be able to just shift some electrons around, and bammo presto, it's a portal. And the mirror like actually enlarges to make it easy for you to get into there. And you're realizing like, oh, right, we are not fully in the dream plane, we are more in it. And if we wanted to go all the way through to the dream, that might make it a little easier to manipulate things. We have to go deeper.
I think I figured something out. Somebody please grab Hesso. We don't want to leave him behind. He is a deer. Not a deer. Please don't turn into a deer. I don't think he's going to want that either.
Yeah, so you've got your hand on the doorknob of this door, and you've like started to open it,
Oh,
and all of a
I
sudden Penelope has turned the mirror into a portal.
I cast a glance at the bouncy castle that's on the other side of the door.
It's like the sound
And-
of delighted children screaming.
With a single tear in my eye, I will close the door. All right, let's go back to homework. Yeah, you're not gonna like that. You're not gonna like that voice. You chose that life. Yeah, let's go back to homework.
I'm so sorry. It sounds better in there.
Oz just pats Esso on the back, like, look, if we're going deeper in the dream, you can just do it again later. But this time, maybe they can come along, and then walks through the mirror straight up.
Yeah.
There may be a bouncy house on this side. I will glide through the mirror.
And he's gonna walk through the mirror.
All right. So everyone go through the mirror. All right.
And I'll
so
just say, fancy Frank. Fancy
Francis.
Francis, we will, I guess, see you on the other side and step through the mirror.
All right. So you get through, and yeah, you're back in this room. The colors are a little off. Like everything's a few shades lighter or darker. And instead of having that like ever present, like you've basically gotten used to it, didn't even know you've forgotten that it was there. That kind of like menthol tickle at the back of your throat is now gone, and you're like hyper aware of the remains of menthol on your like tonsils back there. And instead now the air kind of feels extremely fresh. Like you didn't even realize that the air that you've been breathing your whole life and everywhere you've ever been was stale until you've breathed this incredibly fresh air. Like it just feels so much more alive. Like a tiny bit of headache you didn't know you had is now gone.
Oh my God, Simon the Blair would love to be here.
Fresh air, no headaches, I'm in.
Yeah. And the beekeeper's like, oh,
Hi.
okay. Magic mirror. Cool. So, you're here now? This is slightly more interesting, yeah?
Any doors in here?
No, you still don't see any doors.
Do we see the two beekeepers on either side of us still? Are they
Yeah.
only in the mirror?
No, they're here. All three beekeepers are here.
All three beekeepers
There's no
are here.
door,
Okay.
there's no vines.
Can we try to imagine something and see if it shows up?
Sure.
Be careful, I accidentally got us brunch last time.
Well, the beekeeper wants brunch. I'm gonna try to imagine brunch and see if I can bring brunch. The food, not the person with the brunch, just the brunch.
Okay.
Brunch sans entity.
This is the important work we're doing. We're getting brunch.
Okay.
This is the friendship part of the
Sure.
curriculum.
Yes. Friendship is
Uh,
bacon and pancakes.
Let's see. You want to bring the brunch here. Like, literally, like, bring that food to this place.
Any type of brunchy food. It doesn't have to be the exact food we had.
Okay, so you just want to bring brunch food here.
Yeah.
I still think that is shifts, because you're going to be, like, the way you've described it as, like, moving physical things.
Okay.
I will assist because Ozzy has a single-minded fixation on maple glazed bacon.
Okay, what does the assistance look like?
I think basically when Oz sort of senses Hall's moving magic is like, oh, we bring in food. Hold up, and then just kind of reaches out, grabs something imperceptible, and just kind of yanks. Because he doesn't do magic in a very particularly scientific way. Like, it's more like, this feels right. Eh.
Okay. All right, so...
The problem with hubris existing is now I'm sad when I get 6s. I got 2 6s.
Well,
Excellent.
cosmic brunch.
All right. Excellent. So you get an extra, an additional benefit. I can speak words. So you guys reach in and Ozzy's like yanking, and I think you yank in a serving cart, and everything kind of goes like clattering against each other. You're like, oh, and able to like keep it from spilling. And Hollis, you are bringing in, I think, like a counter appears along the edge of the room, with a little like brunch buffet, and it's not as good as the one that you guys were at before, because you did not summon the brunch entity to do this for you. But it's pretty good. It's like definitely a step up above continental breakfast at your cheap hotel, but not quite like I paid $50 to $60 a person for this brunch at a nice restaurant. Kind of in between. Like there's a good amount of hot food, but there's nobody like custom making anything for you.
Alice is gonna like grab a plate and look at the beekeeper and be like, well, like cutting and like ready to put things in their mouth. Like, I told you Clyde was a rock star. And just eat.
Sweet brunch, yeah. And so they get up and they're like dripping. Just like so much water everywhere. And all three beekeepers get up and start like fixing like high plates of like fruit and muffins and some eggs. These are just normal chicken eggs, not owl eggs.
Owls eat their own eggs sometimes, by the way, so it's fine.
I'm pretty sure all birds do.
Yeah.
Can't let that nutrition go to waste if that baby's not gonna make it. Yeah. So that and like there's waffles. There is like there's like those like the Slurpee containers at 7-Eleven where you just like turn the dial and it like there's like those for making like virgin mimosas, and then there's like champagne next to it kind of thing where you could add that in. And like there's Bloody Marys, but they're not like decked out. It's not a meal. It's a pretty decent Bloody Mary. And it's like cool, thanks. Like brunch is great. It's never a bad time for brunch. Breakfast food is always good.
Truly.
And they're just like bringing like their fork or whatever up to their mouth and just like as if the wicker mask wasn't there, and just like eating through it. But you still can't see anything underneath.
Like the food goes through?
Yeah, it's like it's
terrifying.
Okay, so even a solid just like clips through the beekeeper thing?
Mm-hmm. It's just like that. It's like a glitch in a video game where they like didn't really animate when you wore the special edition like joke mask in this cutscene. Like that's what's happening.
But does it make the Minecraft eating sound?
I don't play Minecraft.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what that is.
Everything it's like crackers.
Everything is
like
a cracker.
Everything is crackers. No, I will say it's like mostly normal sounds.
Okay.
They sound a little odd, but you can't quite put your hand on why. Maybe it's because the air is different and it's just vibrating through the air differently?
So, are we like in the dream?
You've been in the dream this whole time, I'm pretty sure?
No, I mean, are we like deeper in the dream?
I guess. I mean, I don't know. I'm not like a dream expert. I've just been dreaming.
Okay, how do we get deeper in the dream? That's where we want to go, right?
Maybe,
Right?
I mean, maybe we tried speaking a language and it didn't work. So what if we tried to summon a textbook of the language Hollis tried to make up earlier?
I asked for a language, but I didn't.
The beekeepers are all just like watching you intently, like they're watching like a boring Saturday morning like TV show. Like they're just kind of like, okay, this is what's on, so I guess this is what we're watching.
I mean, I could try, but I'm probably not the best to summon something like that. Magic is usually a little more fake.
So like, you guys were talking about like lucid dreaming. Do you know how to do that?
Oh yeah, that's how we got brunch here.
Oh, cool. Like, maybe you could teach me?
Sure. Yeah, that'd be great.
And if I learn how to do that, I'll like make. If I can control things, then I guess I'll try and make a language for you and like help with your homework. I guess. Scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
I will trade you one language for that brunch maple bacon. How about that? If you can make the maple bacon, you give us a language. Does that sound good?
I mean, there's bacon there.
Yeah, but we made that. If you can make it, you don't need us to do it anymore.
Right. That's why I'm asking you to teach me.
Yeah. So I'm saying
Gotta
if
lose
we
it,
can
Green.
if we can teach you to make the maple bacon, will you give us a little bit of language?
I mean, I just like said, yeah, I would.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
You know, you don't have to like keep negotiating after I've said I'll give you the thing that you wanted.
No, I was just saying we should start with the maple bacon so you get something cool out of it.
Okay. Cool. How do I make maple bacon?
I guess you just wish it really hard.
That's it?
Or you attend 4 years of classes at a magic college for an overpriced
Yeah, we don't have time
tuition.
for that. So it's like, okay.
Okay.
Maybe it will help if we sort of explain how we did it, and then you can maybe, if any of those sound good to you, you can try that way.
Sure.
Yeah, I feel like this should be Hollis or Penelope going first, because I don't think mine's going to be particularly helpful.
You can't just. Knowledge takes time, Ozzy. It takes time.
Have you
I
had-
get that, but like I just reached out and pulled out a serving cart, and I'm not halfway sure how I did that, so maybe that's not the greatest way to start teaching.
Well, it depends what type of space we're in, right? I forget the words, but there's words.
So you're
did it
thinking
earlier.
about
The
pataphysics,
hyperreal,
which is
yeah.
when you're in it's the study of hyperreal and irreal spaces
Yeah,
which occur under
that.
certain hyperthomic conditions. And then you remember Professor Swinzo making reference to the fact that Professor Verge studies thermodynamics. So you've taken classes on thermodynamics, which is the motion, behavior, and effects of mana on the physical world.
All right, so
So how does magic affect the physical world?
it's like 75% intent when you're in a dream, like probably closer to 90% intent, because dreams, they're real, but they're not really real. So you can just mess with stuff.
Right, okay. Sure. So I'm intending to have maple bacon.
The hard part is you actually gotta believe it. Because
Can you give me another example? Can I watch you do it again? Talk me through it?
the pulling the maple bacon out of the cart out of
Or like
nothingness, or-
anything.
Okay, sure. Okay. I'm gonna turn half of the pool into Jello.
Okay. And I actually, what I would like you to do is a bloviate roll to kind of just like talk him through
Okay. Yep.
and,
And
like
so
talk
Really good that
about
I
how
did not do that.
magic
one for
magic
this.
affects the world and how your intentions and that and how to reach the magic. Yeah, just
Your
like,
call, since I'm dealing with water into another form, does that get my manipulate elements or no? Because
Sure, I'll
Jello's
say it
not
does.
exactly an
Yeah,
element.
sure, why not?
Hey.
Jello element, my favorite bending.
Jello is the most important element, Liz.
Jello
I mean, I
bend.
agree.
Jello bend, Liz.
I got a 5. I'll go ahead and spend the one hubris and get me up to a 6.
all right. And it says it's okay. So I gotta just like bullshit it.
Pretty much, yeah.
So is magic just like bullshit that you like believe it really hard?
Yeah.
Yes.
80%.
It's the bullshit from your heart.
There's rules to it in some places, but in your own dream, absolutely not. It is bullshit that you wholeheartedly believe.
I'm gonna believe some bullshit.
Not actual literal.
Careful with the language though, because you will end up with consequences.
Oh, I don't want like a pile of like bull
Yeah.
poop in here. Oh god.
Yeah,
that
that's
would be gross and would totally kill the brunch vibes. Yeah, don't with that. Okay, I could do this. My mama was raised in a cult. And believing in bullshit is in my blood. I can do this. I want bacon that is not maple. It's what's another good flavor for bacon? Hickory smoked. And they're gonna, like, the beekeeper, you get the impression that they're like really hard. And I think there's a tiny little bit of bacon that appears on a plate.
there you go.
Woo!
Is that
You did it.
is it hickory smoked? Is hickory smoked and the like beekeeper runs over, picks it up, and like waves it in front of their like mask, and then like you see half of it disappears. They like take a bite and then pull the stick back out. It's kind of hickory smoked. It's also kind of mapley. It's like
I mean, not
smoky
bad
maple?
for a first try.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wonder if you were like thinking maple, and then you're like, no, not maple. Then you thought hickory, and then maybe it got mixed up somewhere in there. 'Cause you
Okay.
had the thought of
Okay.
maple in your.
Okay.
Like, for me, like you gotta think about the flavor and like the texture and like okay, specifically for bacon, textures and flavor is different if you're something else like books, but for bacon,
Right.
flavor, texture, temperature, like do you want it warm? Do you want it like roof, but like mouthy, like top of your mouth
Like
burning
hot
just
and
a little
floppy, because meat shouldn't be crunchy.
Yeah.
Oh
Meat
well.
has no business being crunchy.
All right.
meat.
Well, I will agree that you are allowed to have that opinion. Continue.
It's my dream.
Absolutely, do what you want. I'm just
want
saying.
floppy bacon.
All right,
and
floppy
then,
hot
like,
bacon.
There's like, and then like the bacon slowly goes.
See?
Okay. Ooh, it's kind of hot. Ooh.
Oh, yeah,
like,
there
throws
is
it,
that.
Makes it like throws it into their mouth.
Yeah, there was that.
Okay. And it looks around. It's gonna be like, you speak a different language now.
Quinoa?
I think there's some toasted quinoa on the buffet.
Non, je veux dire, pourquoi est-ce que je parlerais une autre langue?
Are you like speaking a language, or is that just gibberish?
I'm actually speaking French.
Yeah, well, this is what the beekeeper's
Oh.
asking.
Je sais pas ce qui arrive. Je suis un peu confus.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're just a little bit. Okay. It's not a new one. I've heard that one before.
Hey, is it gone? Is it gone? Is it?
It'll be okay. You're doing great.
How do you come up with a new language?
I mean, well,
How do I intentionally come up with a new language? I don't have like years here to like remake Klingon.
you don't. But if it's a dream, can't you just wish yourself the knowledge of how to make a new language?
I mean, yeah, but then you still have to do it. Like,
So
Yeah,
you know
then-
how in dreams it's just gibberish usually? Like, is this the first time you've actually gotten to talk to somebody in your dream? Like with actual words?
I mean, no.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Usually my dreams is just nonsense.
Oh. I mean, there's a lot of nonsense too, but I mean, you guys are the first. You're different for sure than most people, but like, yeah. Usually, it's like weirder, like galaxies that like live in the drawers of your desk that demand tribute, or like wicket bats that don't believe in violence except when you insist that they hit the balls and then they get real violent to you.
Oh, that's a new one.
It's
There's a
not
galaxy
new.
in
It's
your
happened
desk?
many times.
Oh, I mean, new to
But
me.
wicket balls are the wicket bats are pacifists apparently.
Really?
Yeah, they don't like hitting the balls. They think it's rude. The
Huh.
balls are super into it though.
Oh, well. I mean, if everyone's consenting.
Yeah, right? But like the bats aren't? I don't know. It's weird.
Got it. All right.
You look at wicket player. Maybe you can figure it out.
Guess I'll have to talk to my bat at some point.
It's not supposed to talk back. Pretty sure.
Yeah, you know, magic, baby.
Anyway, yeah, so New languages. Like, what kind of a language do you want? Like, I don't know what to do.
Um,
What about a creepy language?
Okay. Creepy, yeah. Things that are creepy, like hissing. Hissing is creepy. And like whispering. A whole whispered language, so creepy. Can't stand the sound of people whispering. It gives me like goosebumps, but like in a bad way. Do you know some people are like into that though?
Goosebumps in a bad way?
Like the whispering, like they like it.
Sure.
Okay, what else is creepy? Creepy sounds. Come on, give me some input here. This is the language you want.
ominous clicking.
Creepy
Clicking.
floorboards.
Creaking floorboards.
Got some
Ominous
clicking.
clicking. Okay, this is good. This is good.
Nails on a
Alright.
chalkboard.
Rusty
Ooh.
hinges.
We know what we want the language to sound like, but what do you want to say?
Okay. This is like the language that like haunted houses speak to each other in. The language of
Yeah.
haunted houses.
Oh, okay.
Right.
I could see
Okay.
that.
I think maybe
So when people are inside of them, they sound creepy as hell, but really they're just trying to communicate. They're just trying to be
Oh, they're just
heard.
saying like hi and how you doing? Like how's your day? Are you having
Help
fun?
me, please. I'm haunted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Could
then.
just say
Alright,
cake.
Cake, yeah.
Clyde is a rock star. Like, you have options.
Or like,
about-
like you know, like welcome, mikasa e sukasa,
Yeah.
that thing.
You could
But like
probably
as a haunted
put like
house.
yeah. You could probably put emphases on like I don't know by slamming doors.
Exclamation
Yeah.
point. Yep.
That's like raising your voice for sure. Got it. Like that. Okay. Right. So like languages have like subject verb order.
Or like sometimes.
I mean, if it's your language, you get to make up the rules, right?
Well, you know, we gotta walk before we fly, right?
Okay. Well, do you want
I guess
subject
unless you're
verb or
a bird,
verb
though.
subject?
I think we should start with subjects. I think it's weird when languages don't start with subjects because then, like, how do you know what you're talking about?
Unless you want to make everyone super confused, then you just make it like contextual, all of it.
Yeah, that's hard. But it is a
True.
creepy language.
It
And
is a
people have a
creepy
hard time
language.
understanding haunted houses, so maybe
You
it is
could-
like that.
You could do it from loudness to quietest. Like the loudest
Ooh.
sound, you start with the exclamation point and then just move backwards in the sentence.
Oh, that's fucked up. I like that.
Ooh, fun.
Because it scares people, so it's creepy. Yes! Good input! The beekeeper's getting, like, really excited about this.
Good.
Uh,
Really awkward if they weren't.
Alright, so I would like each of you to make me a bloviate roll as you continue in this path
so bad.
over the next, like, probably, like, a good hour or so. Like, the beekeeper moves you to a more comfortable, like, library, like, to the language lab, basically. Once you describe it, like, they move you there, and it's got, like, a whiteboard, and is, like, taking notes, and, like, you guys are hashing out, like, grammatical structure.
Does it count it
one
as people
ominous
helping each
tongue.
other? Since we're doing this together.
Sure. You can all have the +1 for helping.
Yeah.
And does it count as using an
Perfect.
entity?
Yeah, you can all have a +1 for entity.
Love group projects sometimes.
Okay.
I got 1 6.
Okay.
I got my first 6 of the game.
Okay.
I got 4 6s out of my very large.
Jesus.
I love that. All right, I'm gonna
So
hold
much
on to that
bloviate.
one, tearing at the edges of reality here. I was so hoping somebody would get that. I love that. Okay.
Oh, there it is. Okay. I got 1 6.
Okay.
I have no 6s, but I do have a 4, which I'm going to spend 2 hubris on to make into a 6. Because Oz is having such a good time that he fully believes he understands what the fuck he's talking about.
Excellent. Okay. Excellent. Tearing at the seams of reality. Love this. Okay.
Goodbye, language and something else.
So, okay, excellent, excellent. So you guys spend like an hour or two. It feels like a very, very long time, but also simultaneously only a couple of minutes through the way that time works in dreams. And eventually you've got like everything down. Everything down. Like you've got a grammatical structure, you've got the way to diagram sentences, you've got the philosophy of the culture of haunted houses, because that's actually an important part of how communication works, and like the nonverbal elements, and like you've hashed out like how do they count, like how many past tenses do they have, like do they even have a future tense? Haunted houses only live for the now and the moment, or do they only talk of things in the past? Like it's a lot more philosophy also than you were expecting, but you get it. And each of you can imitate the sounds. You don't have the actual like physical structures to make a lot of these sounds, but you can imitate, or you can say things like door slam, you know? And you could even get as specific as like door slam of wooden door upstairs, you know, in such a way to echo down a hallway kind of thing, like, which is different than a door slam of a metal door in the basement. And eventually you come to it and the beekeeper's like, okay, yeah, this exists now. This is a thing. We have made a language.
Awesome.
Yeah, I feel proud. They step back and look at it.
Cloud of dust hitting a cobweb.
Agreed. Lonely hooting
Well said.
owl.
Wait, was that part of the language or just you mentioning me?
No, you have all these friends. How can you be lonely? It's part of the language.
Okay, cool. I'm part of the language.
Completely
Aw.
delusional.
It'll like clap you on the back. It says, repeated creaky staircase.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so I did your homework for you.
Well, I mean, we were part of it too. You were just part of our group. You became part of the group project. We can send you your grade if you want.
I mean, I've decided I get a perfect score. And that I'm
I like it.
valedictorian.
Nice.
It's a great use of magic.
Yeah.
You understood the concept.
Mm-hmm. See? And it points to the wall, and there's like a certificate, like a diploma that's been framed very nicely on the wall with like next to certificates for like being valedictorian, for having perfect attendance, and like also for like publishing original research. It's like the more they look at it, the more like certificates just keep popping up on the wall.
Very good.
Oh, you figured it
Well
out
done.
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is pretty great.
Too bad it's all a dream. All right, friends, let's go get our real diplomas.
Damn!
Oh, so...
Messed up. Messed up.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. Come back and visit me sometime.
Oh yeah.
You've like
Definitely, we'll do a brunch
changed
again.
everything for me.
Yeah.
My
Where
dreams
you,
are going to be very different from now on.
Where you want to take yourself next?
I don't know. I think I need a nap.
That's a mood.
It's always
Yeah.
a good choice.
Field of wildflowers. That sounds good.
Yeah.
You guys can see yourself out, right? And then they're just gone. They don't even wait for a response. They're just
Yep.
gone.
They need a nap.
And you're
Do the
standing in the
diploma
this like
stay?
yes.
Hollis
You're
is
in-
slightly in crisis, looking at them and realizing that they could have probably done this.
So yeah, you're standing in this language lab that is like 2 degrees slightly off from the one that you're used to.
Okay, so how do we go closer to the surface then, I guess?
That is a
My
good
initial
question.
reaction is up.
I can do up. What's
I'm
up?
not sure if it's right, but that's just my first instinct is go up.
Gotcha.
Ah, yeah,
can try.
normally up is up, right is right. Two
can
different
try it up.
directions.
What's the ceiling like?
It is a like stonework to ceiling.
Oh, nice.
Are we gonna Willy Wonka this and find out in the possible worst way if this isn't gonna work?
Everyone breaks their
What
necks.
I think
Just
Clyde
imagine
speaks up
us.
because you've like the beekeeper summons like a even nicer clay pot for Clyde at one point because like he was getting tired. And he's like sitting like lounging in his clay pot and it's like holding the grading rubric paper up with like two little pseudopods. This is did we hey Hollis? Like so your grades are my grades. So
Of
I
course.
care about the grades that you get.
As you should.
And I think we checked off all the boxes. But except for dimensional transcendence engineering, I don't know how we did that. And we won't get a perfect score if we don't include that.
Isn't that just moving from one plane to another?
No. It's how things are bigger on the inside instead of the outside and how you make it like that.
I mean,
One of the eye stalks comes up and looks at you over top of the paper.
can't you just imagine it? I mean, look at this place.
Well, if you paid attention in class, you know that there's like, it's engineering. It's building and designing.
Ah, crap. Yeah, I don't really tend to. I'm easily distracted.
No, I get that. Same, buddy.
Yeah.
Would Hollis have any of their notes with them?
Sure, you can say that you grabbed them off of the desk.
And look for anything that I've taken on this topic and like if it's more than just imagining like kind of like our starting points what we need to like would the little floaty with the door count as that concept or would we need to do more?
Like that was not a thing that you did though. Like when the like wave pool was there. So it would be things like it's kind of like remodeling a space to be bigger. Like a bag of holding would fall under this if you know such a thing existed in this universe. Creating portals inside of things is often a use of DTE because it like portals are usually like not very well contained, but if you make them in something, even though they're smaller, they'll still work. Like when you came through the pot to get here.
Hey, here's a thought. We need to make something bigger on the inside and prove that we did it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can we just take this whiteboard? And Oz points at the whiteboard where all the language notes are on. Can we just make something bigger, shove this in it, and that counts?
I mean, do we just need to understand the theory behind it, or we need to do it?
You need
need
to
to do
apply what
it.
you learned in class.
Yeah.
Or at least make the argument that you applied what you learned in class.
Anybody got a bag? Or
Uh,
like a pot or something? Oh, hey, wait a minute. Hold up. And I think Oz stomps over and goes, Clyde, you're a genius. Picks Clyde up, takes the pot, puts Clyde on Oz, walks back over to the barn. All right.
Thank God, because I thought you were going to use Clyde's shell.
I will not lie and say that thought occurred to me, but
It's a panic attack. Clyde's about to go.
and just be like, so if we make the space on this bigger and put like and link it, we can just scoop up the whiteboard and take it with us, right?
I mean, you could,
Yeah, that
you know,
makes sense.
store the whiteboard inside of the pot somehow, yeah.
That's awesome. Someone else should do this besides me.
I mean, could we just turn the pot into a portal and go back
Well,
to
yeah.
school?
You can do that too, and then throw the whiteboard through it. So if they, when a whiteboard comes out of somewhere smaller than they're expecting, then suddenly, oh, hey, we've done that, demonstrated it practically.
Whiteboard should go first.
Whiteboard should absolutely go first. Anybody want to do this? No.
no, I can try something.
Great.
Pulls up his sleeves.
This is gonna go so well. So, we've been using, new language and stuff, right?
Yeah.
And language defines objects.
Ooh, are you casting this in house speak? Oh, I'm so excited!
So I'm gonna try to redefine this pot to be bigger on the inside in house speech.
Okay.
I'm not fluent in house speech.
Yeah, alright. So use some bloviate for me.
All right. I only have the one die.
Look, I'm really gonna need help on this, y'all.
All hell.
Oh, there you go.
So who's helping and what does that help look like?
I will help. And I will stand in front of the whiteboard and just kind of call out vocabulary phrases, I guess is
Okay.
what it is. Vocabulary sounds
Alright, sure.
to help prod them in the right direction.
Sounds of a mouse gnawing through old paper-covered copper wiring behind a drywall in the lower half corner of a child's bedroom.
Good.
I got a 5, and I got a 3, and I really want it to work. Can I change both to 6s and take a lot of hubris?
Yes. How many points of hubris is that?
That would be 3 points of hubris total.
Okay,
No,
so-
wait. That would be 4 points of
4.
hubris total,
Nice.
Okay.
bringing
Excellent.
me almost to level 2.
Excellent. Okay. So yes, as you go through, you speak these sounds, you convince the universe through words that this is true. That the pot is redefined in the
Well-
haunted house speech.
And it worked.
It worked.
I have become death, maker of worlds.
We mixed up a
and-
whole bunch of
and
metaphors there, I feel like.
You even managed to take the neck of the pot because it's really difficult to actually put a whiteboard in a pot. Even if it was deep enough, it's not wide enough. But you use magic to convince this neck as being incredibly stretchy, room size stretchy. So you can actually get the whiteboard through.
All right, shove it in.
Do you know where this is going, or is it just a surprise?
I have no idea.
It's just gonna be in the pot. Because you haven't created a
Okay.
portal or
When you-
anything, you've
yeah.
just made the pot bigger on the
Yeah.
inside.
Yep.
All right.
Should
I don't
we
know how deep it goes.
should we make a portal first? Inside of the bigger pot, or are we just
I mean, if you just want to
Walking back.
store the whiteboard in the pot, you could do that. That's the thing.
We should probably attempt the portal so we can also go home.
Maybe use
Yeah.
something for the portal that is like.
I mean, you could also just create a portal in front of you and then walk through it,
Oh, that's true.
And then take the
and
pot
then bring
with
the
the
pot
thing.
with the whiteboard in it to prove that
Look
you
at that.
have made use of
Amazing.
this. So.
We're like, let's overcomplicate this as much as humanly possible.
All right. Somebody
Gotta
make
write
me
more so they have
an
more to read
evoke
and grade you
roll.
on.
I've already casted my spell for the day. Now I need to sleep for 8 hours.
I can do evoke.
All right.
That's a 2 and a 1. So I will go ahead and use more hubris. 2,
All right.
3.
4 points of hubris for
Yep,
Well, that takes you to 6, doesn't it?
that does. That's level
So you're
2.
gonna take a level
Ew,
2
back to the top of that
instability in
race.
magic. All right, let's see what we get here. This one, I think. Come here, come here. You, excellent. You are going to get some inconvenient appendages. You are going to get an extra hand growing out of each wrist at a right angle. It doesn't move. It's not it doesn't do any of this stuff that your wrist can do. It just kind of flops a little bit. It's like a hinge joint and not like this range of motion. And it's smaller. It's like 40% of your regular hands.
Do the fingers work?
Yes.
Okay. I can
They're
figure out
just
how to do magic.
kind of like right here on this like bump of bone that grows out right here, you know? They're just kind of like more in the way that you would want them to be, so they're not as useful as you really want them to be. And they only have like 40% of the strength of your hand, 40% of the reach of your hand, and they're at a weird angle. But they are hands that function.
This will take practice. I can figure this out.
Yeah, if
You
anybody-
guys
Okay,
watch
portal's
this.
ready.
Probably you.
As Penelope is like summoning the portal in front of you, created it, you just watch these little hands just like flower is in fast time, just grow out of her wrists. Covered in mushrooms.
Huh.
Okay.
That's wild.
Yeah. Think about how many words per minute you can type now.
Yep.
I have no idea what typing is. Sometimes I say things like, I think my brain might be broken.
That's a mood.
Maybe you're just dreaming up something different. Hesso and Ozzy will pick up the clay pot and go, well, someone's got to go through first, and yeet.
All right. So you head through. Penelope, where did you set this portal to go to specifically?
Outside the dean's office.
Okay, back into that waiting room.
Yeah.
All right. So Ozzy just leaps right through.
I will skip through trailing little stars.
Excellent. Skip through trailing little stars.
Clyde will immediately follow, and then Hollis will go. Clyde is like, ooh, stars, and just goes.
Maybe Hollis is the one who's developing reciprocal feelings for Lily here. Or maybe Clyde is, I mean. All right. So, Penelope, you guys go through?
You want to go?
You go ahead. I just want to make sure it stays stable on this side.
All right. See you on the other side.
That was excellent. That little...
And then I go through after.
All right. So you guys all pop through, and the air now feels a little bit stale. That tiny bit of headache you didn't know you were carrying comes back. Everything is like, the colors look wrong because you've spent so long looking at the other colors, but you know these are the right colors. And you're back outside the dean's office with, two of you with mushrooms, one of you with horns, one of you with tiny hands. One of you can still hear voices from the other side. It does actually now sound like a telenovela is going.
Does this feel
Sound like a
wrong
board.
for anyone else?
Yeah, feels a little
Little
different
bit.
now.
Are we gonna tell them the truth? Or
Why? Don't we have to?
I mean, per se, if we didn't, we could get published on our own. And do you really? But then,
Well, okay.
Our
Let's look at the
grade-
rubric. How much of the grade is tied specifically to proving his point?
Like, that is the project you were charged with.
Right, but can we have
All of it.
accomplished 90% of the project, but
and
it's
like
it's
that's
not
like
true?
10% of it.
I think that is like being assigned a book report and like following all the stylistic goals and like writing it specifically on the movie.
If
Darn.
it's well written, you still get points.
Not enough to
Not from
pass,
some
though. I've
teachers.
graded those.
You
Yeah.
didn't do the assignment. You did something else.
I might have an idea.
Oh?
We write the entire project in haunted house language and don't translate it unless they give us like major credits on their research
Well.
paper.
Actually, that would work. That might work.
It's like blackmailing.
As you are having this discussion, you hear the creak of a door opening.
Excuse
And
me.
you
what
know
did you say?
now that it's like the creak of like, come in. Followed by another creak slightly deeper. Followed by a third creak, much deeper. And then a fourth like rumble that you can feel.
Damn
Well,
it.
there goes that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ozzy opens the door, turns the doorknob, slams it into the frame 3 times of the yeah coming, and then walks through.
And there is Dean Tetrahead with 4 miniature haunted houses instead of his head.
What the fuck?
Sorry. It's not anticipating that sentence. I just
The
have a
haunted
question.
houses
When
look
they
at you
creak,
expectantly.
do the houses, like, do the doors go for the creak?
Yeah, and like
Great.
windows slam and like
Beautiful.
you hear little like all it's perfect.
This extra motherfucker.
Were we inside?
Professor Swinzo, your TA Pathos, Mr. Gleaming, and Professor Verge are all there. Professor Verge, it's been like swapped. She's still half ghost, but like the half is different. You cannot explain this. You don't know how. But she's half ghost the other half now. It wasn't like it was split down the center of her body. Just different parts of her are ghosts now when you know that looking at her. And Professor Swinzo is like, doesn't look any different from what you can tell. Like still like skin over a skeleton staring at you. Mr. Gleaming is they're like polishing a small mirror. And Pathos is there and they look just as stressed as ever, but their hair is like too styled now. Like as if that is their stress relief of like, I'm gonna very carefully and intentionally style my hair down so that it always looks very good. Because I have that under control. Because everything's under control. Like that kind of a hairstyle.
huh.
Dean.
Are we back on the right plane? Oh, we didn't go back through the mirror. Is that going to be a problem? Are we in a mirror plane?
Like
No, I
Dean's
hope
like the shutters slam, and then you hear like a crow like calling. There's eerie wind coming through, and then like parts of that are repeated across the haunted houses. Is telling you basically like, this is where we sent you from. Do you have proof of a new language?
Points at the dean's heads.
And Pathos is, why are you pointing at the dean?
What? He speaks in a new language, the one we invented.
Dean Tetrahead has always spoken in haunted houses? That's his native language?
I think we have to go back to the mirror. Can I try to think something into existence and see if it works?
I mean, like, that's just like a magical thing, but yeah, if you want to try and like specifically make use of pataphysics.
Is there anything, like, would it have previously worked in this office?
Because this wouldn't have been a hyperreal space.
All right, I'm going to try to think of the one of the floaties.
You try to
That we
use
had.
the pataphysics.
Yeah.
So you could do a ponder for me.
Love when it's ponder. Ooh, my highest one is a 5, so I'll use 1 hubris.
Okay. As you sit there, you realize this is not a hyperreal space. But you do get the success of knowing that you are back where you came from. That this is the plane you left from. You did not do anything wrong, except that you were too good at making a new language and have torn at the fabric of reality. And the haunted house speech is now blurring through things. And you look up at horror at your classmates, and you can see now that Professor Swinzo is a haunted house. Like a very bony, tall, skinny haunted house just perched there on the couch.
Whisper to Clyde, I think we might be gods now.
And I think that's a perfect spot to end this adventure, right there. I think we might be gods now. So thank you guys for playing Spelljammers, our one shot of Weird Wizard School. This is what professionals do. Title generated using AI. This has been a really ridiculous game. Thank you all for playing. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for donating. There's still time to donate. We could still, have the highest fundraiser on the channel ever, as I'm being told. So go get your last minute donations in, y'all. And let's go through again and remind people who you are, tell them what you're doing and where they can find you. So let's start out with me pulling up the right tab here. Let's start with you, Anna.
Awesome. I'm Anna, aka Archival Dust Bunny most places on the internet. Queer and trans advocate, museum worker, and TTRPG streamer and podcaster. You can find me on Twitter and most social media at Archival Dust Bun. As far as where to find me, Tuesday nights you can find me on Ballad of the Seven Dice with Nostradamus Phantom Ice, a Lancer mini campaign. Wednesday nights you can find me on Baldrin's channel with Morphs in the Swamp Season 2, our Animorphs Blades in the Dark campaign. Friday night you can find me on Girls Run These Worlds with Gently on the Wind, a Ghibli-inspired Magical Girl University campaign in the Valor system, which is a lot of fun. And on Saturdays you can find me on Lost Caravan with Fatal Ascension, which is our Fabula Ultima campaign, which is Fabula Ultima is a system inspired by JRPGs. So if you enjoy the golden age of JRPGs, come and check that out. If you enjoy Lancer or sci-fi, you can find me a response team Omnicron, a Lancer actual play podcast following a PR team who unexpectedly ends up on the front lines of a brewing conflict. We've been described as if Battlestar Galactica had its own red versus blue. So if any of that sounds interesting, or if you enjoy war stories and sci-fi or giant mechs, you can find us anywhere you normally get your podcast and on Twitter at RT Omnicron. And also check out Emergent Code, an upcoming queer and trans-led Animon Story podcast, taking cues from Digimon Survive and Digimon Tamers. Our cast list is out, our character trailer is coming up very, very soon, and our first episode's very soon after that. So keep up to date and don't miss that on Twitter at Emergent Code Pod.
Excellent. All right. Very busy. Liz, who are you? Where can people find you? What are you doing?
Hey, I'm Liz, Fuzzy Slippers 05, wherever you want to find me. I am not nearly that busy. That is amazing. You can find me actually right here on Tuesday nights, where I play Zahavi Pello, the Meerkat Gerbine Bard, who has, of course, never gotten in trouble ever in his life. And hopefully soon back on Rollin' D's 20s, where we will be starting a Hunter the Reckoning game soon. Hopefully. That's the plan. And yeah, that's it.
All right, John.
Hello, I'm John and/or Raimatsu. You can find me on the Bluebird Hell site at RY0MASA, because someone has my name and will not let it go, and they are an account from 2015 that doesn't do anything! That's okay, it's fine. But you can mostly find me, well, actually, no, you can't find me there anymore, because that show ended on Thursdays. I was recently in a Shadow and Bone Grishaverse game over on Flights of Fandom. Check it out. It's on YouTube's. But you will find me next, I believe, on May 28th, doing another charity game for the Parkinson's Foundation over at Daxara19 on Twitch, I believe, if I remember correctly, around, I want to say, like, something PM? I forget. I'm not looking at it right now, so the time doesn't exist. But other than that, I am a TTRPG writer, designer, performer. I can't say anything about the thing coming out until the official announcement comes out, but that drops soon, TM. And also the producer on Dark Age Guiding Light, a Destiny actual play podcast using the Savage World system, which we are currently in production for. So stay tuned for news on that.
All right, and Simon.
Hello, I'm Simon at wandering_DM on Twitter. It was a blast to play in Spelljammers today and be a bunch of chaotic little gremlins. You can find me on later tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern, specifically, exceptionally tonight for the series finale of our 2.5-year-long Witcher campaign, Roads Home, on Praxagora Thesmophoria's channel. I'll retweet the tweets so you have the links instead of trying to spell the name out. And then normally on Mondays, you can find me over on my channel, twitch.tv/WanderingDM, playing Montreal by Night. We're coming back in about 2 or 3 weeks. We're in between seasons right now. And on Saturdays, we play Scion at 1 p.m. Eastern. Otherwise, some of my games and the supplements that I wrote are part of like the charity giveaways, so you can always check them out. And otherwise, well, that's it for now. That's all I can say.
And Word Fangirl.
Hello, Rio. You and I are fighting. That I didn't know that you did Shadow and Bone things. We're fighting.
Cool. Well, it wasn't mine, and I'll send you the YouTube link to the first episode.
Thank you. I will watch it. I'm Word Fangirl. My pronouns are she, they. I'm a bi variety charity streamer here on Twitch. Occasionally, I do one-shots on the channels of the people I adore. But that's it for TTRPG stuff. You can find me pretty much everywhere at Word Fangirl.
Awesome. And I have been Stephanie Allen of Charm Person Games. We're a queer, women-owned professional game master for hire service based out of Baltimore. So if you're local to Baltimore, I will run locally for you. If not, you can check me out on Start Playing. I have games up there that I'm doing all the time. I have one for Yuzeba's Bed and Breakfast coming up tomorrow. I also have games scheduled for Monster Hearts and Vampire the Masquerade. You can also just send me a message on there and I'll run more or less anything you want. So definitely go ahead and sign up for those games before the seats run out, and then I'll see you guys on there. And you can also catch me on Huntsman's Hydra. I am part of the Denari's Half Dozen cast there that airs on Tuesdays. So you can check that out, where I am playing a sorcerer with an excess of hubris there. And beyond that, I'm looking for more actual plays. So always hit me up. Discord's probably the easiest way to do that. I'd love to do that for you guys. I also make Twitch overlays. You can hit me up for that on Discord or Twitter. Yeah, that's me. Everywhere you can find me there. Thank you for tuning in and being a part of this show. It's been great to run this really ridiculous game. Again, this has been Spelljammers with a Z by Devin Nelson. You can find that on itch.io. And please donate money for our great cause. But that's all we have for you folks for this game. We'll see you later. Have a good one.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to midday of day 3 of GR 2023. I am so happy to be here again for this, my last hosting shift of the event. I'm Selinye. My pronouns are she, her, and that last game, wow. I cannot even imagine, going on that adventure into somebody's dreams, inventing a haunted house language, which is amazing. Really, haunted house language? Amazing. And then coming back and then finding out that you had accidentally changed the entire world. I don't know. I think that's kind of cool. Also, we stand Clyde here at GR. We do. We stand Clyde. Clyde is amazing. So, just to give an update, we are at $1,200.69. We have surpassed our lifetime goal of $10,000, and we've got one game left this weekend. We got plenty of time. Some more milestones we want to hit. Let's keep turning that bar orange. I'm super stoked. So, what do we have going on? We have one more game run by the amazing HappyCapster. We've got an interview from HappyCap coming up here in a bit. Clyde was a baby snail, right? Was a snail. I didn't just imagine that the whole time, did I? That would be, maybe I was dreaming. Oh no. We're not gonna, okay. You're making me nervous here, Derek. I was afraid. For a moment. Don't scare me like that, buddy. Don't scare me like that. All right, so here we go. What do we have? You know what? Let's talk about why we are here. We are here running these games to support Take This. Right? Their mission is to decrease the stigma and increase the support for mental health in the gaming community and inside the gaming industry. Their vision is a game community that welcomes and supports people experiencing mental health challenges and that recognizes the humanity and mental health of game creators. If that is not an amazing cause, I don't know what would be. I personally am a huge advocate for mental health, and so when I heard GR was, fundraising for Take This, I'm like, yes, please. How can I get in on that? And if you yourself are wondering, how do I get in on that? Because those GR crew people are amazing. Because I have to tell you, the organizers for this event, Alice, Derek, Frank, and Frey, right? They're absolutely amazing. And Cece when Cece comes back, right? Absolutely amazing. This is the most well-organized event that I've been a part of in the 3 years that I've been a part of it. And they're doing nothing but getting better. So if you see our organizers, make sure to give them a thank you. They're the ones that make this whole event go. We just kind of show up and then bring the chaos. So thank you all for the hard work that you put on this. For real. For real. You guys have been patting everybody else's heads. It's time that you get some head pats of your own. So I have some head pats. What else do I want to talk about? I want to talk about Hit Point Press. Hit Point Press is one of GR's sponsors. They're a Canadian team of ambitious creators who love to build for the games you love. They specialize in making gaming accessories for tabletop role-playing games, from tokens to reference cards and even campaign settings. You might know them for their amazing work on such games as Humblewood, which, if I remember correctly, we have a Humblewood game on Tuesdays here at GR Crew, so you can check that out. The Griffin Saddlebag or the Islands of Sina Una. Sina Una is an amazing campaign setting too. You can find all of this at more using GR's affiliate link, which is right there in chat. Take advantage of that. definitely give them some love. All the love. Let's see, what else can I talk about? So while we're talking about Hit Point Press, we do have Hit Point Press, which is super exciting. We were talking about Humblewood. For a $10 donation, you can be entered for a chance to win one of 2 Humblewood source books. Immerse yourself in Humblewood, an exciting campaign setting for 5th edition that includes 10 original player races, new monsters, magic items, and a compelling adventure for 1st to 5th level characters. Keep in mind that this incentive is a physical book. It is only valid for US addresses. I believe that could be North American addresses, but I'm not 100% sure. But I know US addresses, definitely. We also have, at the $25 donation level, you can win one of 3 Humblewood bundles. These bundles contain the source book and amazing deck of spell cards. Immerse yourself in Humblewood. Basically, yes, Frank did clarify that it was Canadian addresses as well. So there's that. So we got just the source book, or for 25 you can be entered for the source book and spell cards bundle, which is totally awesome. I don't know about you, I like having spell cards for reference. It just makes things easier. I'm also a Magic player, so I think I have a thing for cards. Maybe we won't talk about how many Magic cards I own. No, we're not gonna talk about that right now. What other wonderful incentives do we have? Speaking of cards, 1985 Games also, for a $15 donation, you can get a chance to win 3 different Deck of Stories booster packs. NPC booster packs 1 and 2, and the gear pack. These helpful cards give you the tools to create engaging and memorable NPCs and take your game to the next level with no additional prep work. Now, if you're Derek, you're still going to do the prep work anyway. But for those of us who prefer to work, you know, more on the fly, this is probably more helpful for that. Shh, you don't know that. I do know that. We've been talking about it all weekend. All weekend. How many pages was your one shot again? I think it was 20. I think that's what was said in the interview. Now, we've talked about stuff that can be shipped. We also have stuff that comes in PDF form that everybody is eligible for. So, for $1, a single $1 donation, you can win a copy of Fell Deeds in Fellfair Grove. In this adventure by the Wandering DM, who you just saw in that last game, you will search the Witchwoods for missing people, overthrow a tyrant, and bring peace and justice to a small frontier town by the name of Bromwich. That sounds like fun. Oh, we need a shopping session? Wonderful. I only need 10 pages. Nice. Look, the shopping sessions are the ones where the DM shouldn't have to prepare anything. But I don't think that Derek is that kind of dude. That kind of storyteller. While we were talking about the Wandering DM, like I said, we just saw them in the last game. We also have, for that same $1 minimum donation, you can win a PDF of companion spells. This is a homebrew 5e supplement from the Wandering DM, and this handy guide contains 11 brand new spells for Beastmaster Rangers. New stuff. I like new stuff. Shiny new stuff is fun. So let's see. What do we have coming up? 4:30-ish Eastern time. We've got the interview with HappyCap. I know the schedule says 4, but, you know, to keep me from having to do, 10 minutes here and then a couple more minutes later there, we're just kind of, we're embracing the chaos and switching the schedule around. So around 4:30, we'll have the interview with Maria /HappyCap. And then we will head into the last game of the event. The Eurydice incident. That already sounds ominous. So what do we have going on? The employees of the company have been given their next job. Traverse to the Eurydice facility to restore contact, locate... Oh, sorry, they're redacted. Any and all... That's also redacted. Okay, well, hopefully the company has this information. And return to company HQ. Okay, that should be easy for them, I hope. Maybe this time they'll all make it back in one piece. Oh, that's not positive. Join us for the Eurydice incident, a one-shot in the company TTRPG. This one is sure to be thrilling, chaotic, and maybe a bit terrifying. You know, when I'm reading a game script and it's already redacted, like I don't know, makes me a little bit nervous. But it should be a lot of fun. Additionally, there are incentives for this game. So you can play God and raise money for a good charity at the same time. Or maybe corporation. Who knows? So you do have options. For $5 donation, you can give a player a +1 die to their next roll. Obviously, when you make that donation, make sure to note who you want to give that to. For a $10 donation, you can give the players a random item. So those are the helping items. We like those helping items. $20 donations, all players gain +1 stress. I don't think that's a positive thing. I don't like having stress, but you know what? Game stress brings chaos. I'm down for that. And for a single $50 donation, random burnout effect. Sounds like more chaos. Chaos for a cause. A very good cause, if you ask me. But I'm not biased or anything. Okay, maybe a little bit. At least I'm honest about it, right? Honest biases. So let's see. We did hit, like I said, we hit our 10,000 lifetime. That's exciting. We have some donations to read out. During the last game, we got $25 from Tea House Tales. We are so close to our milestone, y'all. I dedicate this donation to Clyde. Just like I said, we stand Clyde around here. Clyde is love. All the hearts for Clyde and shell pats, because I don't think we want to give Clyde head pats. We got a donation for $10 from Wandering DM, one of $5 from Word Fangirl, and then one of $55 from Archival Dust Bunny. All of these have no message, but I definitely want to make sure that I throw the thanks out there. Every dollar counts. And if you don't have dollars to throw, that's cool. You know, there are other ways to support. Retweet the event tweets. Just kind of let people know we're here. We've got, like I said, that one more game this afternoon. And from everything that I have heard thus far, it should be a doozy. Should be a lot of fun. Lots of opportunity to cause chaos. And if you've been around here during the weekend, you know that we are fans of chaos. So we've got $20 from Miss Priscilla. Yay, more milestones, please. Because hitting milestones is always fun. And then there was a donation from Strike and Me for $15.35 with the comment, nice. Because I don't know about you, I like nice round numbers, and 69 cents just makes me happy. That 34 cents had just been hanging out for too long this weekend, and I could not stand it. I could not stand for it any longer. So I had to change it. So I'm trying to think. this event, we had a lot of fun things going on this weekend. I've really enjoyed the opportunity to see the interviews with the individual storyteller slash DM slash, however they want to name themselves or title for whatever their game is. That's always been a lot of fun to kind of hear the theory behind the game, what inspired them. Plus, it's been, just kind of nice to have the conversation, just a nice, chill kind of thing. Hey, sit down, have a snack, watch the interview. We've had some really great conversations in chat. I know I was actually a part of yesterday's Vampire the Masquerade V5 game, making the band Slash Blood, and that was a wild ride. It was definitely a wild ride. But like I said, if you want to be a part of this event next year, right? Or even just throughout the year, we'll see how things go. If you check out the website, the beautiful new website, www.thegrcrew.com, I will put the link in chat. The volunteer form is there, and should open up near the event next year. I think Derek had mentioned that they're trying to get it opened earlier next year, so we will definitely keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on Twitter. Well, yeah, Twitter, assuming it doesn't go down in flames. And if it does, we will let you guys know the other ways to keep track of stuff that's going on GR Crew. Yes, and join the Discord. I don't know if we have a Discord link command, but I'm sure that somebody can make one happen. I just don't want to link to the wrong Discord. Oh shoot, we need a Discord command. We do, Derek. I bet you can make one of those happen really quick. I believe in you. You're the one that's been keeping the bot under wraps this weekend. Under control. I don't know if we're keeping him under wraps. He's busy. Also, in the near future, GR will be expanding to Tumblr, Instagram, etc. Rock on. Should have seen it when none of the commands were working. Oh yeah. No, I can imagine. Derek was probably behind the scenes, fingers flying furiously, to bring Nightbot to heal. I mean, they were all there. They just weren't cooperating. Burned up a few keyboards. Right. Exactly. I believe Derek was showing them keyboards who's boss. Let's see. We do have a good number of incentives left. You know what? Let's talk about some more incentives. I like incentives. For a $5 donation. First of all, let me rewind. If you missed Tea House's Tales, Derek's game, on Friday, it'll be uploaded to YouTube. But it was amazing. A horror game, inspired by Junji Ito. Super awesome. 1-bit pixel art. Also down for that. But I bring that up because it's related. So for $5 donation, you can get a Steam key, be entered to win a Steam key for World of Horror. It's an indie horror game. Experience the quiet terror of this 1-bit love letter to Junji Ito and navigate a hellish roguelike reality with turn-based combat and unforgiving choices. I don't know if you're familiar with Junji Ito. I know I didn't become familiar with them until Magick partnered with them for some card art, but he's known to be pretty well versed in the horror genre, so that's worth it. I mean, look, any dollar going to take this is worth it. But if you can also have a chance to get something on the side, I wouldn't turn that down. For a $10 donation minimum, TTRPGs are great in a group, but sometimes you want to play solo. Journey to Black Mountain TTRPG PDF is a storytelling game for one or more players about letting go of the past, sacrifice, determination, and grit. I always keep saying I'm gonna do like one of those journaling TTRPG games, and then I remember that I don't journal, but I really want to. Eventually I will do the thing. If I remember correctly, HappyCapster, the storyteller we have coming up, is associated with Goblin Society games, which also, for a $5 donation, minimum $5 donation, you can get a chance to win one of 3 Goblin Society games 5e super bundles. This bundle contains 3 amazing 5e supplements that will spice up your game with new magic items and spells. What have we talked about? We talked about PDFs. We've talked about books. We talked about Steam keys. You know what? We'll talk about miniatures, because we do have a miniature incentive. I'm not going to say I am, because I haven't in forever. I was somebody who spent a lot of time building and painting miniatures for 40K. So there's a soft spot in my heart for miniatures. For a minimum $5 donation, you can get a chance to win a Counterspell Fortune Teller miniature from 1985 games. Counterspell miniatures are hand designed and crafted with the highest attention to detail, and this incentive is valid for North American addresses. Speaking of 1985 games, GR is sponsored by 1985 Games. 1985 Games was started by a group of players looking for a better way to game in real time without having to break the action to draw every tree on the map. Check out their amazing VHS dice and so much more at their online store by using GR's affiliate link linked in chat. Additionally, using that affiliate link gets you 10% off if you use the code GRC10. One of the incentives for the weekend, and I think they've already been talked about today, but because we talked about 1985 games, is it's a $50 donation for the set of ruby red VHS dice. This should be the last set of VHS themed sharp resin dice you'll ever need. Keep in mind that it is only valid for North American addresses, and if you look at the stream right now, you can see those dice. They are so pretty, and I love the case that they come in. I'm an 80s kid / 90s kid, I remember the days of VHS. I mean, technically VHS is still around, but it's just not used very often. But like slash 90s kid trying not to date herself. It's fair. I was still technically a kid in the 90s. Don't judge me. It's all good. I know how old I am. I know where I fit. Oh, that fortune teller. I just saw that fortune teller miniature real quick in the bottom left-hand corner. I'm like, oh man, that's really cool. And then it swapped. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have to Google that later. Also, with each game, we have seen some amazing character art. All of the art for GR 2023 was done by the amazing Sketchy Goblin and Mrs. Rafiki. I am blown away every time I see this stuff, for real. Speaking of Sketchy Goblin, we talked about a $50 minimum donation. Sketchy Goblin, also for that $50 minimum donation, you can get a chance to win one of 3 colored portrait commissions from Sketchy Goblin / Frey, GR's very own art team lead. Sketchy did the portraits for Reunion, Norwood Secret, and Weird Wizard School. So you can look no further than the one-shots this year for some examples of their work. Sketchy Goblin has also done work in previous years for GR 2023, and I can tell you, they're amazing. And this is not something you want to pass up. I now have a tiny dog in my lap to keep me company. I'm just spitting the truth, Frey. I'm just spitting the truth. I don't know how I'm gonna top Monday. Monday I did dog impressions while I was hosting. I don't know how the dogs felt about said impressions, but I did them. It might save everybody's ears today. I can't even think. I'm sitting here, I was like, do I have jokes? I don't have jokes. I'm not funny. I'm not really punny either. But I did end up going out after the vampire game to go get myself an Italian sandwich because Dimples made me hungry. Made me hungry specifically for an Italian sandwich. And I gotta say, I'm still curious about the rest of this haunted house language. We're being raided. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, Sweet Rosie B and your community. Thanks for joining us and bringing your people over. We are sitting here, killing some time, waiting for the amazing interview with Maria / HappyCap that's coming up here in a few minutes. You know what? We'll go ahead and so we've got the interview with HappyCap coming up at around 4:30, and then right after that, at 5 o'clock, we've got the Eurydice incident. We will have, any content warnings or anything for the game here in chat. It'll be pinned to the top of the channel. No, you did not miss the interview. We played chaos with the schedule, so the interview's not starting until 4:30. So you are early for the interview. It's like we had a secret premonition that you were coming in and wanted to see it. So don't worry, you did not miss it. In 7 minutes. Don't give me a countdown or anything, Derek. Jeez. Anyway, what was I going to talk about? The game that's coming up at 5 o'clock with some awesome incentives and some abilities to cause some chaos for a good cause and continue turning that bar orange and help us meet our next incentives. Our next goals. Goals, incentives. Yeah, same thing. I can English good today. So, the Eurydice incident. Employees of the company have been given their next job. Traverse to the Eurydice facility to restore contact, locate redacted, and okay, those are black bars. Any and all, another black bar, and return to company HQ. Maybe this time they'll all make it back in one piece. That's not ominous. Join us for the Eurydice incident, a one-shot in the company TTRPG. This one is sure to be thrilling, chaotic, and maybe a bit terrifying. Do I need chips? Yes. They will help me finish the guacamole. See, this is the benefit. This is the benefit of me being a host. You also get to find out that I am having Chipotle here in a bit. I'm having a quesadilla with guacamole and sour cream. And I always feel bad, like, because I don't use all the guacamole. Or jerky. I don't need jerky. Oh, no, I will totally share. If I could. But, I can't, you know, because of the housing crisis and all of us millennials and our avocado toast, like, I feel guilty not finishing my guacamole, so I have to have chips. We are so close to the next milestone. How far are we from the next milestone, Derek? While I give out the, while I read the incentives for Eurydice incident, let me know how, let us know in chat how far we are. So, Eurydice incident. You can obviously help or harm the game. Not harm, cause chaos. Chaos is fun. So for $5, a player of your choice gets a +1 die to their next roll. For a $10 donation, you can give the players a random item. We only need $110 to hit our next milestone. Rock on. So those are generally the help items. Although who knows, the random item may or may not help. I bet you could kind of make that one go either way. For $20, $20 donation, all players gain +1 stress. Stress is not a good thing, generally. And then for $50, you can cause a random burnout effect. I think once we get into the game, like, we'll have plenty of opportunity to cause some drama. Thanks for hitting that ! Donate, Sweet Rosie B. The link is down there in the bottom. And if it happens while I'm here, if we get donations while I'm here, I can read them out on stream in my next 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Also, Tech Team Pokédex update 98.8% complete. Which Pokédex? Which Pokédex? Pokemon Violet? Rock on. I have the Violet one. I had the base Violet one complete. I don't know. I'm assuming as they've added new people, they've added more. Oh, we got a donation. We got a donation, everybody. Super excited. That means we're down to $100 till the goal. Rosie. And, oh, we got a couple donations. We got a donation from Parker for $10. Woo! Milestones with a heart. Yes. We also got a donation from Rosie for $15 with no message. Thank you so much for those donations, everybody. Rock on. So now we're less than $100. Less than $100 to our next goal. Detroit closes the gap. Look at that. The little orange is getting so close to that next dot. Can't wait. Can't wait. And as Derek pointed out to us earlier in the event, that is indeed the Take This Orange for that bar. Super excited. That's the attention to detail you get around here, everybody. We even use the right colors. And I'm just that kind of nerd that appreciates that kind of thing. Just that kind of nerd. All right, Derek. Let me know when you are ready to start the interview. Can't wait to see this interview with HappyCap and then see what they do with this, the last game starting at 5 Eastern. Again, I'm Selinye. I'm excited to have been your host this afternoon, and I will be around in chat, hanging out. Thank you so much for spending time with us, and we will see you all later. Bye, everybody.
Everybody, and welcome to our next interview. I'm really excited to be having this one because, funnily enough, despite having heard so much about them, HappyCapster, it's so nice to meet you. I've never had the
Hello.
chance to actually just be in a call with you. This is so exciting. How are you?
I'm delightful. It's a beautiful, amazing, delightful day. The weather is fantastic, and I feel great. I feel good. It's great. It's lovely.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. I'm excited to be here.
I'm excited to be here too, and it is honestly, yeah. Like I'm not sure where you're based. I'm not gonna ask because we're streaming, but Yeah, it is delightful weather over here as well. I'm just really happy about it because it's been so cold the past few weeks. But
Yeah.
this is really awesome. I'm so excited to talk to you about your game and let some folks know. Before we kind of like really roll into things, could you go ahead and kind of like let some folks know a bit about you and like what it is you do for like regular content and stuff like that, and kind of give a quick rundown there?
Sure. Well, my name's Maria. I am on the internet at HappyCapster, pretty much everywhere the internet is sold. I'm a variety streamer on Twitch. I also make gaming content for YouTube alongside streaming. I'm a TTRPG creative, so I play in TTRPGs. I run sometimes. And I'm the co-founder of Goblin Society Games, which is a company that is writing and producing their own TTRPG supplement content. So buy our books. you can do that. But that's kind of a little bit of a lot of the things that I'm doing right now. A lot of playing in games. A lot of trying to figure out how to run social media for a business, which is challenging. And building a community space of people that like to chill and support each other and be free to be themselves.
Oh yeah, sounds like you definitely stay busy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel you. Well, I'm super excited to have you here at GR 2023 running a game for us, and I think so. I know a bit about your game, and I'm really excited because I like to see some of these like weirder, more I don't know, like I guess I want to say like Indian strange kind of games getting played, especially because you and I are, I think, like the only two like strictly kind of like creepy sounding games this year.
Yes, this
I
is
think-
good.
You're right. I'm super excited. So, could you go ahead and like give me like an elevator pitch about your game? I know that might be a little
Yes.
hard, but
Oh, it's actually super easy and very
Yes,
inconvenient.
alright.
So I am playing, or rather, I am leading my employees through a game of the company. This is the company. It's these two lovely books. It's created by Logan Dean, L_Dean on Twitter. But the game that I'm going to be running is actually one that is included in the management manual, the GM's book, if you will. 90% of this little tiny zine is the game. And it's called the Eurydice Incident. And the spoiler-free version of it is a group of employees from the company are being sent to investigate an underwater facility that has recently lost contact with the main company, and to grab some things, some research material, and see what in the world is going on down there. And it's one that I've run before on a different channel, and I'm very excited to dive back into it to see how I can make it different and how new people are going to interact with it. I'm very excited.
certainly to dive back into it though. Oh my god. I love it so much, and I also hate it because I'm terrified of the ocean.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's just
Yeah,
underwater. I'm like,
Yeah,
"Oh."
it's definitely got its own kind of content warnings of like a little bit of
Certainly.
like that claustrophobic feeling. It's kind of the mentality, or like the genre, I guess I would put it the best in, is the Alien franchise.
Yes.
But underwater.
I was going to say, like, one of the next things out of my mouth was, I love the design of that like pamphlet, because like
it's so good.
as like an 80s sci-fi aficionado and stuff like that, you brought it up and I was like, wow, that looks like Wayland Yutani, like a lot of like that kind of
Yeah, so like this is the
Oh
inside
my god.
of the manage. This is an overview of how to run the game. This is literally all that you would need to run the game.
To run the game, like it's a one page.
It's
on
just
that
a
kind of
one-pager.
space. Yeah.
But like it's literally written. I'm not going to show you most of what's back here because
Sure.
But what I will show you is the inside of the. This is the employee handbook, and half of this is just pre-made character sheets.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
So,
Oh,
which
the
is super
art is
super
so
handy.
cool.
Yes, the art is fantastic. The art is by Alexander Mitchell. Who I am blanking on their Twitter handle right now, but if you look for at the company TTRPG, I believe it is on
You'll
Twitter.
find them.
I believe that they're linked on there as well.
Yeah.
But Alex did all of the art for all of these. Plus, there's another one that is just a big old red book of it's. You can kind of see it way up there.
Oh, a little bit, yeah.
A huge, like, doubly thick book of more adventures to run.
Oh my god.
All of which are that one's kind of like an omnibus of like a bunch of people came together that Logan brought together to make new adventures and everything. But
So
all of
cool.
them are the similar vibe of the
Right.
company is sending employees that may or may not be qualified to do a job to go do a job, and
Do
usually it's
something.
payroll is involved
Mm,
sometimes.
you know,
But yeah,
just a little bit of corporate humor.
It is I think I don't want to mince his words, but the abbreviated description that I remember Logan giving me was that it is a corporate satire horror game.
Yeah, no, 100%.
So because some of the main attributes that you have are you have your skills and your abilities and everything. The system itself, by the way, is unique to the company. It is a dice pool system that uses D10s, which is kind of similar to if you've ever played Vampire the Masquerade.
Yeah.
But
not quite. Like it's got its
exactly.
own twist.
You're not
yeah.
you're not building like 10, 15 dice pool or anything. It's like
right.
you might roll at max 3. But the thing that I think is the most incredible is that you have a stress and burnout meter. Because
oh my god.
if you don't do your job well enough, quote unquote, you get stressed out. And if you get stressed out enough, you have burnout, which has in-game consequences.
Yeah.
Much like, most employees at most
I was about to
jobs.
say, wow, never felt that before. Incredible.
Yep. Yeah, it's an incredibly super simple. Oh, that's what I was looking up. A super simple game that the rules to play the game are
oh
that-
wow. So very
that many.
rules light. That's
it's
brilliant.
exceptionally rules light. I think it's seven A5 pages.
Oh wow. Okay.
Of rules, not including the arts. Oh, 6.
Yeah.
I lied. The first one is just an
6.
introductory page. Yep. 6 pages of rules, and everything is summarized on the covers or the first page on the PDF.
Hell yeah.
Um,
So if you're interested, you can get started in like a couple hours.
You
Check it out.
literally, this is a great convention game.
Oh yeah, totally.
Especially if you have either the management manual or the big old book of stuff.
Yeah, the omnibus.
Because you don't even need like it. If you have the PDF, you can send people like they have a blank, fill in your own character sheet.
Right.
Also.
Yeah.
And it's creating a character takes 5 seconds. And the hardest part is coming up with like, what kind of person am I? How am I
what am
gonna
I
play this
doing?
character?
Exactly. Like kind of trying to figure out a personality almost.
Exactly. When the
Yeah.
hardest part for me is coming up with what accent I want to use, then that's perfect. I love that. I don't want to get
That's-
stuck in the minutia
yeah.
of math. I
Oh,
just
yeah,
pick like
yeah.
one of a handful of things, and then you're good to go
And then
and
you're
have a
just gone.
terrible time.
Yeah, but that's fantastic. Like,
Yeah.
I love that as well. Like, I'll be playing Call of Cthulhu for my game, and as much as I do love the system, it is like character creation is a bit of a chore. If you're playing
Yeah.
with folks who have never made it before, you're like, okay, so here's how skills work, and these are your point
Mhm.
by, and it takes forever. So having I love games where you can just like sit down and be like, here's like 6 pages, just like go, and like
Yeah.
that's incredible.
Yeah. What do you need? A D10s? We'll pool our D10s together. Blam. Just pick one up
Done.
when you need
Go.
it. Exactly.
Exactly.
Exactly. And what's great
Well-
about it too is right now, well, not right now, since forever, Logan's made it pay what you want, which is you
Oh,
could literally
wow.
get it for free if you wanted to. I recommend if you can toss $1 or $2,
Yeah.
give Logan $1 or $2 because it's really good. It's
Yeah.
very good.
Well, there's
but
such
also
a like
just get it.
exactly.
Get it and play it. Get it and
It's
play
like
it.
if you can't afford it, get it and play it. But if you can, like there's such a huge space for indie games in the community and stuff.
Mhm.
And I feel like as much as I do love like the bigger name systems. I mean, I'm playing Call of Cthulhu. That doesn't qualify as an indie game by any means. So I love getting the chance to showcase and like really be like, go check this out, because
Mhm.
I had never heard of the company before your participation form came through, and I went, "The hell is that?" And I like looked it up and was like, "Oh, this is awesome!" I was like,
It's
"This
so
is so cool."
good. It's so good,
So-
and I think it's great because you can get it on itch.io, but it's
Yeah.
mega-corp.itch.io, which I think is very, very
Oh
good.
my god! Okay, that's so apropos.
It's
Well-
so good. Everything is perfect. It's
Yeah.
perfect.
We'll kind of dive into it, and without giving too much away, like we said, like kind of spoiler free when you're aiming for it. Did you share any like particular moments or things that you're excited for in your game? I know that might be hard.
I'm excited to meet all of the characters. I've seen the character like mock-up art, and
Yeah.
I'm excited visually by what everybody's going to be able to see. But that first 10 minutes or so where everybody's introducing themselves and kind of me introducing them to the space, because they don't really know what's going to happen.
Right.
And all that's always really exciting for me, especially with people who've never played this sort of stuff before. And then there is a particular moment. I'll say it's the moment things kick off at indeterminate amount of time.
Yeah. When the undefined shit hits the fan.
Correct. That's when things really are going to start going. And I'm nervous to execute it well, because I want it to be like impactful and dreadful.
Oh, yeah.
I want people to feel like there is impending doom if they don't do things. So
you got to get the environment right.
Yeah.
I
So
feel
I'm
you.
I'm
As, like,
excited and nervous.
as your sibling horror game runner for this event, like I'm sitting here writing so many descriptions down for my game and being like, I have to make this scary, because I'm like, I don't know how I've managed to do this, because I play so many different games, but I think I've run Call of Cthulhu like 3 years in a row now at GR, because I just keep having a great horror game idea. I'm just being like, oh, I'll run that, and then like I didn't even realize until this year, I'm like, I'm kind of typecasting myself, I'm like, I need to like,
you know
I need
what?
to do
If
something
you
else.
like it, it's
fun.
fine. It's fine, and you can
Yeah.
change your type whenever you want to.
There you
No
go,
one's
right?
stuck in a box.
Nobody.
Nobody.
But I get it so hard too, because it's like my goal this year was really to like, I want to scare somebody, whether that's somebody playing or whether that's somebody watching. I'm like, I want you to be like scared in a fun way, I want you to be
fun
like,
scared.
this is great. Like,
yeah. I'm
so-
having a terribly good time.
yeah, exactly. And so there's like all that pressure that I'm sure both of us are putting on ourselves to be like, okay, I have to make this just right for these moments.
Yes.
Because if I mess it up, that's like the
Yeah,
whole
it could-
environment.
Yeah,
you know?
it could derail things. Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's doubly. I won't say nerve wracking, because I don't really get
Sure,
nervous
yeah,
until
yeah.
like an hour beforehand. But there's a little bit of pressure on me too, because I haven't run something for an online space in like at least a year, if not longer. Oh no, that is incorrect. I ran one. The last time I ran anything was in October, and I ran a game of Mothership, actually, a very tangentially related system,
Yeah.
also horror.
Also.
But yeah, I ran something in October, and that's the last time I've run anything on period. Actually, that's the last time I've run a game, and so I'm like trying to dust off all of my all of my GM stuff.
WD-40.
Exactly. Like loosen up this stiff neck that I've had for 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Because I've been in player mindset for so long that like, oh, I gotta get I got to get back into.
Again.
I got to write stuff down. I got to prep.
Honestly, I think it'll come back to you. I have the most faith because it's kind of, you know, like you said, like being in player mode though. I feel like that's almost kind of a boon too, to be like have you know, run so many games and then to have the chance to play in so many. I feel like there's a certain like perspective that a lot of folks don't have. A lot of like forever GMs and things like that. It's very rare that I get to play in games, so it's like that perspective I think is really valuable.
I absolutely agree, and I think it's just as valuable the other way around too. If you're always a player, getting the chance to run games, whether they're one shots or short form or long form games or anything like that, when you run games, you will become a better player, in my opinion. Because at that point, you understand when the GM is. You can kind of tell a little bit, and everybody's different, but you can tell, I should say, when because I've GM'd games, I can tell when whoever is running the story kind of is trying to get something to happen, or is trying to like hint that we should move on and like stop dilly-dallying. And then, you know, that's a cue for me as a player to be like, okay, what sort of button can I push then to make something happen? What kind of lever?
How do I move this forward?
Exactly. Yeah. What sort of drama can I bring to this moment to make it stop being stale, or to continue the plot forward, or something like that? Which is something that you don't always recognize if you haven't run games before. And that's not to say that's true for everyone, because I've met some incredible players who've never gamed before. So it's. I do think that it gives you extra tools in your player tool belt if you've also had the experience of running a couple of games.
Right. Well, it turns like it gives you a sort of empathy and understanding for like what's happening in a game and what the GM is kind of trying to do. It's hilarious. So I ran a long-term 5th edition campaign for 7 years. That just recently wrapped up, and one of my players in our interim before the next game has started, you know, having his own game and running his friends through it and stuff. And he messages me like all the stuff that he's doing and things like that. And there's one day that he messaged me, it was like they just befriended their like 3rd encounter, and I get it now. And I'm like, do ya? You know, it's like, oh, okay, the natural 20 animal handling check on a mimic, and now you get it. Like it's that sort of that thing where it can really, it puts a lot of things into context both ways, I think, as a storyteller playing a player and a player kind of taking time to become like a storyteller for a little while. And it's honestly, you know, I was talking in other interviews about this as well, but it's like just try it, you know, like if you're interested in it, just give it a try. Like there's nothing...
it might not be your cup of tea, and that's totally fine. Some people just don't enjoy running games. That doesn't mean that's no shame for you for not enjoying something.
Totally.
You know, some people like running games but find it a little boring to be just one character when you can be the entire world of characters. You know, but
other people are like, oh, this is just too much pressure, I just want to play. I'm like, that's totally great, but give it a try too. Like if you're ever interested, just what could go wrong? You know, what could go wrong?
Yeah, so long as you're being safe and everybody's on board.
Safety tools. Use
Safety
safety tools. Always.
Especially when you're doing things like horror games.
Wow. Send content warnings. Send consent checklists.
Just a few.
Red cards.
Yep.
Look into it. But thank you so much. That was weird. Okay. Things broke. That's fine. We're just saying, for anywhere for it to have broken, you know, that's the one. So we'll take it. Things seem to be working now, hopefully. So again, thank you so much for joining me, Maria. This was incredible. I'm happy to set you free and go play an amazing game, but could you go ahead and let folks know where to find you one more time, and we'll close out.
Sure. Well, as I said, my name's Maria. You can find me on the internet at HappyCapster. That's on Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, and other places that I'm in. YouTube.
Around.
Yeah, doing all sorts of stuff. I'm a variety streamer, YouTube content creator, TTRPG creative individual. You can find me on places such as Waffles Maple Syrup as part of Outcast and Outclassed, our Pathfinder 2e game, and over on Only Play Wizards for the Expanse TTRPG, Abraxas' Precipice. Here in like just a little bit, and keep eyes open for some new things as well. I'm going to be on Carrying Comfort Studios as part of their Vampire the Masquerade anthology Villains. That is coming soon-ish this year, so keep an eye open for that. And then a couple of other things that I've got going in the works, such as a new season of my talk show. Ironically, I was talking to Derek about it a little bit, that, like, it's basically this. So if you like this, I've got a talk show too.
Go watch!
Third season's coming out sometime this year as well, so keep eyes open for that. I'm very excited for that. And that's it. Support Greater Restoration, because it's fantastic. They're incredible people, and it's so lovely to be here.
So lovely to have you here, and we're doing our best. Remember, this year we are supporting Take This, who is an amazing organization that is furthering the awareness and kind of just destigmatizing mental health in the TTRPG and video gaming fields. If you want, please donate either at the link in the chat or kind of like down below in the panels. We've got all sorts of more fun games coming up, all sorts of different like prizes and rewards and incentives and milestones. Everything's happening. Donate. We love you. Thank you so much, and stay tuned. Bye, everyone.
Bye!